Good morning, everyone. My apology for a slight delay. Traffic jam. I know one would say always have excuses, right? But I'll try to catch up the half an hour or so that we've lost. All right. Good morning, everyone online.
Recording in progress.
Online people, can you hear me? Okay. Fantastic. Let's see what we have today. Is the voice okay? My intention again to try to make it as practical as possible for all of you so that you're able to relate. It's important to relate, right? So if you can't relate, there will be problem somewhere. Kutakuwa na shida somewhere. Okay. All right. I hope so. This first part will not be long. The second part on program design, theory of change, which will be more practical for practitioners, will be a bit more lengthy, and we'll have more practical examples. Okay, but we'll come to that. Today we learn qualitative evaluation approaches. One of them has some probabilities, but I've really tried not to put numbers today. And then we learn later, after tea break or before that, we'll get into learning more about how do we identify problems? How do we design programs? How do we develop theory of change? You know, and we'll go through some of the examples that have been done in terms from the beginning of the design of the project all the way to execution. And then, as usual, we'll go back to the usual design issues, operational issues, indicators, how do you choose indicators, smart indicators, and so on and so forth. So at least the first 2 days you had a little bit of the econ side, development side, you know, start side. The other side is more practical, programmatic, which complements very well, and you'll see how the dots connect. Okay, so today, as I said, we want to focus on qualitative evaluation approaches. But before we do that, let's recap what we did yesterday. I know yesterday was heavy, was it not? It was very heavy, and I know that. But as I say, Rome was not built in one day. It took many years to build Rome, right? You will get there. One thing I want you to appreciate from what we covered yesterday is the different toolbox, the different methods that you have in your toolbox now, the different ways of thinking. And I'm sure you think differently. When you are looking at social policy, public policy problems, you now view them from a different angle, and which is the value add we wanted you to achieve during this course. Similarly, today we are going to add another toolbox of qualitative ways of doing things, because we saw randomization. If we can't randomize, yesterday we learned quasi-experimental approaches, right? Now, if we don't have hard data, quantitative data, does it mean qualitative can't work? Can it not get us closer to reality? If we can't get causal, counterfactual, you know, causal inferences that are statistical, what do we do? Especially in disciplines where are qualitative in nature, right? So I felt the need to, usually economists don't teach what I'm about to teach. They will teach all the way to what we've done yesterday, maybe a little bit more of what we'll do later today. But this is usually the converted version of me. So I went out of my way. I had to learn some of these approaches with one intention that, and I appreciated their contribution to the broader thinking of impact evaluation for development, okay? Because they're being done, they're being used for programmatic thinking. They're used out there. They might not be used in my discipline because of its nature and focus, but other disciplines use them. So we want to learn them, and there are basically 4 major methods of what we call qualitative evaluation approaches. One is what we call process tracing. How do we trace process? Process tracing. And then today we also learn contribution tracing. What is contribution tracing? And then we also learn the third, outcome harvesting. How do we harvest outcomes? And finally, we'll go to comms people, who I know felt very small from day one, on impact stories. How do we tell impact stories? So communication people, today is your day to feel home, okay? You are never meant to be looked down, no. We're just being challenged, but now it's your day to shine. Impact stories. So let's start off with, so as I said, I want to cover these 4 major areas for today, for this particular course, particular lecture, so that you're able, by the time we finish, you're able to appreciate process tracing, contribution tracing, outcome harvesting, and how do we tell impact stories, okay? So let's start off with process tracing. Process tracing. What is it? Because it's qualitative, I had to put a lot of wording there as well, so that you're able to follow. What is process tracing? It's a qualitative analysis methodology. The main purpose of process tracing is to establish whether and how a potential cause or causes influenced a specific change or set of changes. Okay, how, whether, first it's whether. Did you move this? Yes or no? Yes. How did you move this? So it traces the process of change. It asks whether this caused this change. And if it caused this change, how did this change how did it come to pass? Okay? It traces by engaging partners. Now, for those who are doing qualitative work, of course, we know focus group discussions, key format interviews, you talk to people, you want to know why, but this you go a little bit further, tracking down. If there's a change in a particular intervention, you'll identify which area, who was it targeted to? Oh, my children said this, you go to the children. Did you see, you are tracing all the way to where the cause started to where the change outcome happened. Are we together? So it is done by applying a formal test to examine the strength of the evidence, linking potential causes to change or changes. Process tracing also involves testing alternative ideas about how change might have come about. Are we together? So this has happened, but are there alternative explanations to this? I'll discuss a few tests that usually people use under process testing. So you apply formal tests to examine the strength of the evidence. So evidence is good. Some of these evidence you receive, some of them are not what? Are not strong enough. Because remember, whether there was a change, whether that cause amounted to this outcome, and how did that? It's not always that today there's A, tomorrow there's B, but they could have explained the cause and the outcome is strong, but in a qualitative way, not in a quantitative numbers. Okay. A key feature of process testing is the development and testing of alternative ideas about how and why change might have happened. There's no, in other words, there's no one way of explaining change. Change could come from multiple ways. What we saw in the first 2 days, that's why we used to throw X's in the equation, controls, right? Age, what? Because we are saying all these, the error term I was referring to, all the other factors that are not observed are captured in the model. What process testing is saying, we have to think alternative ideas. So it's somewhat synonymous. Are we together? What we used to do with statistics is to include more variables to control, right? If we feel health education could influence outcome variable, we'd include it, right? If we feel that this we would account for it, What process testing is saying is that you need to think and develop alternative ideas about how change might have happened. You don't have to have one and believe in it, because that one could be nothing. It could be a spoiler alert and nothing else. So as much as qualitative, you have to have multiple ways of what? Thinking. Very important. Very important. Okay? Very important. Now, how does it work? What are the benefits of process tracing? It can show not only whether a change occurred, but how and why it occurred as well. By tracing the individuals, for example, do you remember the famous Black Plague in the UK, how it happened? Or the guy who discovered cholera, who treated cholera, he used the statistics, right? Because in 14th century British, they used to go to a certain water tap, and then he used spatial data to just model and see the spread of the disease and know what is the source. He traced to the original source. And that's how cholera was discovered. Read the history. Okay? He traced, and those who are doing GIS, spatial modeling, the father of spatial modeling, I can't remember his name. That's how he actually managed, because through spatial modeling, he was able to tell the disease was spreading, but he wanted to identify the source. So he would go to each household and talk to you. So where did you drink water from? From there, and you, from there, from you. And then he connected the dots, he mapped it. And then he realized all of them, they were clustered in a particular area, and they were all close to this river or this tap. So, and they all at that point in time, within that time range, they were taking water from that tap. So he was able to conclude that the problem is here, and they investigated, they discovered how cholera spread. That was long ago, before even Kenya or our countries were formed. So the benefits of process tracing can show whether a change, can not only show whether a change occurred, but how it occurred as well. You trace the process. Are we together? That's why it's called process what? Tracing. It's kind of investigative. Probably people who study criminal matters, they probably use these approaches. You connect the dots. How did it happen? Until they say, you are the killer. They trace the process, right? At what time you were here? Which tower is closer here? His phone is here. They ping it. They know you were here because your phone was in this area, right? You say, no, I wasn't there. They say, okay, fine. You have your phone all the time. Yes, okay. Let's see, technology. My friend, you said you were in Kawangware, but you were in UN. And at this hour, you spoke with someone. And that's why these days people are afraid to speak over phones. They speak over WhatsApp for confidentiality. Right, because when you speak like that, DCI can access that conversation easily. They ping where you are and who did you speak with, who did you call? Technology has advanced. So they can trace, even when they are murders, they trace you were here on this day, you're tracing, they're here, you are trace, you're trace, you're trace. Finally, you were here. You are the cause of this. You are the reason why this outcome happened. But well, that in a criminal sense, you can think about this in terms of programs, in terms of interventions that you do in social policies, in terms of the social interventions that organizations do, government do. You give incentives to citizens, to children. You don't know where they are, and you want to know the extent to which such interventions really can be attributed to this change, the outcome that you're observing. You can trace these individuals, right? And then while you're tracing this one intervention, you should also ask, can there be another intervention? Yesterday, I talked about what was happening, what is happening in Rwanda with Profame, the women traders, right? There are those who receive training, there are those who receive financial what? Support, and there are those who receive both. Now, if you want to trace the extent to which training that woman trader has helped to boost their businesses, you need to trace, are they receiving, what could they, it could be the training, it could also be alternative ideas, meaning maybe at home, they have a graduate who knows who has studied business management, right? They know how to put books together. So it's not because they're trained about bookkeeping, but because at home I have my son who can do bookkeeping. You will see, or you'll tend to believe that's because of the training I'm doing proper book maintenance, right? But it has nothing to do with the training. So you have to test all these alternative ideas to think about how change could have happened, how change could have occurred. Number two, it can enable organizations to demonstrate accountability for results through identifying their own contributions to change and also support improved performance based on learning about what works and why. So you're an organization, you give money, you're an NGO, you support children, right? You want to know whether that intervention you give truly has brought about the change you desire to see, or what rather you are seeing, right? As an NGO, those who are working in the NGO sector, PASGA wants to know whether this training truly has contributed to your growth. That's what we're saying here. I can accountability for results. If I'm going to go to the donor, you're my statistic. How many people did I train as an organization? The same can go for NIERA, because you have to account for results. And we will say we have trained 200 people this week, 100 people this week. Are we together? We account for results. And what is this? How do we do better? I think that you're planning to do a survey at the end of the course to give feedback. How can we make it better to improve our performance? Are we together? That feedback is very useful. And through this process tracing, you can actually do that. Okay, so it's very useful. By process tracing, you're able to track, since you came from your home to here, which way did you pass? If you lost something, if anything happens to you, you'll have to track your trace. You have to go back, right? Trace your you go and say, hey, this is where it happened. This is where I got robbed, because I did not pass anywhere else. Are we together? Does it make sense? Now, what are the key concepts that are used in process tracing? And I want to discuss these key concepts. These are tests that are done in process testing, okay? On the column side here, we have sufficient to establish causation and necessary to establish causation. Remember, process tracing tries to do what? To trace what caused this outcome and what will be the alternative explanations. So they're what we call sufficient to establish causation. Those are necessary. There are two conditions. There's necessary condition and what? Sufficient condition. Okay? Economists to understand that. Necessary condition, what we used to call first order conditions. This is necessary, but it may not be sufficient to conclude and say, truly here, there was causation. Are we together? So it can be necessary, but not sufficient. And it can be necessary and sufficient. Okay? So these are different tests that you can do when you're doing process testing, depending on the nature of the task or policy you're trying to evaluate. So let's see. If it's necessary to establish causation, if it's not necessary to establish causation, at the same time, it's also not sufficient to establish causation. It's neither necessary nor sufficient. Are we together? What kind of test do you do? It's called straw in the wind test. Now, those who went to the group of schools, what is straw in the wind? Because some of us went to public schools. Straw in the wind what? Test. What does it do? What does the straw in the wind test do? in terms of passing, it affirms relevance of hypothesis, but does not what? Confirm it. It's neither necessary nor what? Sufficient to establish causation. So its passing is that it affirms the relevance. This hypothesis is important. This hypothesis is good, but it can't confirm it. So when you do straw in the wind test, you can't confirm. You can only say it is relevant. That this X caused this. It was a relevant cause. But can you confirm it? The answer is no, you can't confirm it. So failing suggests hypothesis is not relevant, but does not eliminate it. So because it cannot confirm, this is positive, this is framed in negative. It can suggest hypothesis is not relevant, but it can also not eliminate it. In other words, it can suggest this hypothesis is relevant, but it cannot confirm it. Are we together? Are we together? So in a situation where you're faced with an analysis, a problem that, or you want to trace a cause or causes that are neither necessary or, what is the best test to do? Straw in the wind test. Now, let's come to this cell. It is necessary, yes, but it is not sufficient. It's called what? What is it called? Hoop test. The hoop test, what does it affirm? It affirms relevance of a hypothesis, but does not confirm it. Implication for rival, but it eliminates it. Here, it was not eliminating, if you flip it. So it affirms the relevance of the hypothesis, but does not confirm it, but it can eliminate it because it's necessary. Okay? Are we together? These are very important concepts. Those who are doing qualitative stuff, they know it. Here, implication for rival hypothesis, none. Implication for rival hypothesis, none. There's no implication for rival hypothesis. And we will see when we talk about this. Let's come to this cell. Is it necessary? No. Is it sufficient? Yes. What test do you do? Smoking gun tests. But it does not, the failing, it does not eliminate. It can confirm, but does not eliminate. Are we together? If you're in this cell, you're doing smoking gun test. An ideal cell will be where? Here. Where it is necessary and it is what? Sufficient. If you're here, that means it is necessary and it is also sufficient. Both necessary and what? Sufficient to establish causation. It's called the doubly decisive test. Passing, it confirms the hypothesis. Falling, it falls short in necessity or sufficiency. Implication of hypothesis eliminates all other hypotheses. So anything else, and remember with processing, you have to confirm your hypothesis. But are there multiple reasons why this hypothesis is holding? We know that's the case. It could be the case, right? Here, there's no implication when you do these other tests. Meaning, these other tests can accommodate alternative what? Explanations. But here, it eliminates them. The question you might wonder is, at what point in time do I have to do these tests? Right. One, identify the change or changes to be explained, because you have seen an outcome. You have seen that this girl is getting bubbly, and she's shining. You want to see, hey, what explains this happiness and bubbliness, right? So you have to identify first, this one is bubbly. There's a change. You must have observed a change first, and you want to explain that change, because that's exactly what process tracing is trying to do. What caused this change? But first you have to identify the change or changes to be explained. So in your study, in your policy, what do you see? For policymakers, you have seen some changes in the education sector. You have identified these changes, and you're asking yourself, what could explain this change? So first you have to identify that the learning outcomes have improved, right? Students' learning outcome of what? Have improved. Test score have improved. And you're wondering, could it be CBC? What explains? So you have to identify the change that you're observing. That's very important. Step number 2, establish the evidence for the change. What caused this evidence? That's what caused this change. So there could be a lot of hypotheses there, right? It could be A, it could be B, it could be C, it could be D, it could be, you name it. But if you're seeing things changing, you must have some hypothesis. It could be that, maybe that, maybe that. So you have potential explanations causing that change. So you establish the evidence. And then step number 3 is to document the process leading to the change. If you say it's because of CBC that we are seeing our kids' outcomes, learning outcomes are getting better, how does CBC affect learning outcomes? The how now. Are we together? You have to trace. If I am to track this child, remember the example we used to talk before without the after school learning program? If you're to trace that child after school learning program, you will actually know that there could be a number of things. It could be that they're reading at home. Remember, it could be peer pressure, peer learning. It could be growth. So you have to trace which one. So you document the process leading to the change. There, you might discover there are multiple pathways. Now, during this process, that's when you can do the straw test, smoking the gun test, doubly decisive test, hoop test, because you're trying to establish, is it necessary? Is it sufficient? Or is it both necessary and what? Sufficient. Or is it not necessary? Is it not sufficient? Here. So once you have traced, you will know you establish alternative cause or what? Explanations. It could be because of CBC that these learning outcomes are improving, but maybe that's not the case. There's YouTube. Most children these days, they spend time on what? On YouTube. My son learned English on YouTube. He speaks perfect American English, not because he's in America, but he spends so much time watching YouTube and he picks the language. Are we together? So I would probably argue because he goes to a good school. No, because he spends so much time on YouTube. He has a mobile phone, tablets, and so many kids are learning. So you have to establish what are the alternative causal explanations to the change that you are observing. Okay. Then you assess. Here you can do the test again. Assess the evidence for each causal explanation. Go back to the smoking the gun test, hoop test. I don't know. Are we together? You want to assess, is it necessary? Is it sufficient? Does it make sense? Does these steps, do they make sense? It's very logical, by the way. And here, there's no numbers. It's just you thinking logically. Okay? Any question before we come? So let me talk about strengths and limitations. And then after that, I'll take questions and then we move to contribution tracing. Contribution tracing, as I said, it has probability, Bayesian probability thinking, but I've really tried to remove it. I'm trying to prepare some notes that I can put. If someone is interested in thinking along probability with contribution tracing, it's a very famous approach. We'll talk about it. So what are the strengths of process tracing? One, it encourages a rigorous and transparent approach to assessing contribution to change by enabling an organization to build a plausible argument that shows exactly how it contributed to a change or a set of change, and to compare this with the alternative explanation. So if you're working in areas where assessment of contribution is difficult, where you can't attribute your interventions to a particular change, process tracing will be a plus for you. Here it shows organization, but even yourself, if you can't attribute your change to anything, do process tracing on yourself. It can apply to ourselves as well. Are we together? It can explain how and why a change occurred, which is particularly useful when looking at how to expand or replicate work that has led to positive changes. You want to scale up, you have done some work, and you have seen it has manifested some positive signs, you want to scale up, process tracing can help you identify how you should do that. Okay? So it can be very useful to supplement what? Quantitative what? Methodologies. So you can still do difference in difference and apply process tracing. In fact, if there's one thing that we should always, as I said on day one, interdisciplinarity is very important. When you're doing analysis, you're able to apply different approaches to addressing the same problem. It's very powerful. Okay. It can be applied virtually to any change, provided there's sufficient evidence to confirm that the change has taken what? Place. So there has to be a change, and there has to be sufficient what? Evidence. Your job is to establish whether this evidence truly caused this change. The evidence, can it support the change that you're observing? And finally, process tracing is part of a group of methodologies, including more significant change techniques and outcome harvesting. We talk about outcome harvesting. Work first by measuring change, and then working backwards to assess what? Contribution. So first, you know, there's change, and then you start in backward induction. For those who have done mathematics. Are we together? Yeah, we'll come to that. Let me finish the limitation and then we'll come to questions. Does it make sense, good people? What are the limitations? It can seem confusing and a little academic for new practitioners. And I think it was targeted at you, especially when so many of the formal guidelines are based around simplistic scenarios. Some evaluators have struggled to systematically apply the process tracing tests. When should you use hoop test? When should you use doubly decisive test? When should you use smoking the gun test? Okay. It's, as the name suggests, process tracing. Now, in the course of tracing the process, it can be very long, right? It can be very detailed. That's what I'm trying to say here. If done in a participatory way, it requires large amount of project or program staff time. Because if you're engaging everyone, you want to trace who did you, that's why investigations take time. Right. You have to follow each lead separately. Because if you're doing now in a participatory way, you want to get the views of everyone. You can make more. That means there could be costly implications. Okay. And also it requires a lot of evidence to be generated. If you're testing these alternative ideas or alternative explanations, you want to go after each and every one of them. Step number 5. You need to have a lot of evidence. Does it make sense? Mnaelewa? Are you following? Eh? You see where you can apply process tracing. You can even, in process tracing, you can apply at home. You want to look where mama went, where mzee went. Just do process tracing. Because you've seen changes. Eh? This mzee is not behaving well. Eh? Something is happening outside. You start doing process tracing. You have a way, investigative skill. Right. He comes home late. He doesn't pay his fair share. He's mad. What is going on? He just gets mad from nowhere. Yeah, ladies, are you listening? Process tracing. You know the change, you want to trace them. Yes. It can be both. So if you have a process from quantitative analysis you want to complement with this, that's okay. But you can also have your own from qualitative. It doesn't have to do with quantitative, but it can complement. If you've done quantitative, you want to make sure that, like the way we did the study on Kenya, right? The one on FGMC, right? We did quantitative, it was cleared. I was not happy. I said, let's trace, where are these women? Let's talk to them, let's find out. And it confirmed what we found in quantitative. So it was very powerful in that way. But we could still do that, let's trace and talk to these women separately without even doing quantitative. So it can go both ways. Yes, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
So can we still use the same process tracing method to understand why there is no change?
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's good thinking. Of course, you should be able to, but again, so you're trying to look for the reason why there's no change. Implicitly, you've identified change, but in a negative way. You have identified there's no change. That itself is a change. There's no change. There's no outcome, meaning there is zero, there's no outcome, right? And you want to investigate why. Yes, you can use it. Why is it that there's no change? Why there's no impact, for example? Right, that in itself is a finding. Null impact, called null finding, right? And you want to trace, it cannot be. It cannot be after feeding you all this, you're not getting better. What is going on? Then you go to Sangoma, they throw bones. They tell you, oh, there's that grandpa of yours, he's doing his magic. Then you start tracing. Hey, that day I went to grandpa. Yeah, he was looking at me very weirdly. That's why he can't get better. So, I'm just saying, yes, a good question, that it is possible when you don't find an impact, you want to probe why there's no impact. It can't be. And you can use process. You can trace back to know I was a Kani. It's not possible.
Question.
Yes.
But from me though, I'm just trying to see the differences or the similarities between process tracing and tracer studies. Because I know tracer studies are mostly like a setup like this. After we've trained you, we'll follow up to see if you've used the knowledge or the skills. So is there any relation to the two?
Not necessarily, but in terms of how, I don't think you need to do hoop tests on tracer study. Tracer study is following up people, right? Yeah, you are following them up to know why. And okay, maybe if you're asking different people, you can probably get different explanations and you want to test them. So there could be some similarities, but they're not necessarily, tracer is not necessarily evaluating. It can be used for other purposes. Process tracing is purely for evaluating. I can do tracer studies after this training, not because I've seen any change. I just want to follow up and know whether you're doing good. How do you think, is the training helping? I might not necessarily be able to observe the change because you're not there. But if I want to document that, how many people are trained, how much that this training means to you 6 months down the line, we can send another round of survey. It has done this, it has done that. Oh, but we are not observing anything. The difference with process tracing is you see the change first. You see this person has moved from A to B and you are curious. Why has this person moved? Okay. Okay. Are we together? Okay. Oops, what happened? It has started again. Okay, let's go to contribution. My screen is paused. What does it mean? Somebody pausing my screen. Can online people see the screen? Huh? Okay, let's try again. So my screen is, your screen sharing is paused. Okay, just a second. Let's fix this. I have to leave and then I log in again. I'm leaving and logging in. Connect me as a panelist. I don't know. My screen, what is going on? I'm not sure what Zoom, I'm not sure what Zoom is doing. My screen sharing is paused. Resume share. What is going on, Jen? Doesn't go through. Then it's paused. I don't know why. It's paused. You try to begin it. Technology has its own, can make its own crazy decisions. Do you trust this and find out why? You send in virus, trust it. Are you sure? In the setting of screen share, can you check the share computer sound? It's paused. Visual share. Visual share. Apologies online, we are struggling with technology. Struggling with technology. You have to keep trying until you get it right. The screen share is paused. Who has paused my screen share? This is unbelievable. Doesn't seem to work.
Anthony, can you see resume share on the top toolbar?
Can we all log out and then log in? That would be an option.
Actually, it's your computer,
Yeah, so that
Anthony.
we don't. My computer.
Yes,
What about it?
you could probably log out from Zoom and log in again. So leave meeting.
I've left the meeting. Now I'm joining again. Should I leave as a panelist and then you guys put me in? Ask me to join as a panelist. Accept. The webinar is being recorded, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Share screen. Nope. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me restart the computer. Online people, please bear with us for a few minutes. Let me restart. If it's my computer, then we'll see. Otherwise, I'll have to use another laptop. Okay. Hello, hello. Can you hear? It's clear now. Yeah, we are clear. Okay. It was a necessary few minutes pause. What? Okay. Being a father is a lot of work. Contribution tracing. Yeah, I'm just getting a text message. My son misplaced his passport on his way to the US in Doha, but they got it. Otherwise, I'll be jumping, running to go and get him. The beauty of technology, you're being informed in real time, right? Left yesterday for a competition in Yale. Going to America is like going to heaven. So they go to Doha, boys, misplaced his passport, the teachers panicked, but now they got it. So in the process, they missed the flight. Anyway, you learn through mistakes. Next time you'll know not to misplace his passport. Okay, back to class. I have to multitask. See messages, you see this, see family, you see work, you have to be in class. Contribution tracing, okay? Contribution tracing. So we have understood process tracing. Now let's go to contribution tracing. Process tracing, we are tracing what? We see the change and we want to trace to see what evidence caused this change, right? What is contribution tracing? Contribution tracing, by the way, is very powerful and it builds on process tracing. What is it? It is a methodology used to identify the contribution a development intervention such as a project or a program has made to a change or a set of changes. You have intervened. We want to use contribution to find out this training, how much it has changed you. So you identify the contribution. You want to identify the contribution of a development intervention, such as a project, a policy, a program. How much change has it made? How much has it contributed? What we were doing the last 2 days is more of attribution, the cause and effect, right? But sometimes attribution is difficult to estimate. Can we get contribution? That's why we're doing contribution tracing. So contribution analysis is based on a recognition that it is difficult to prove attribution for many development interventions. This is because there are usually many different steps between activities and eventual desired changes. External factors often influence the changes brought about through development interventions, and many different interventions can contribute to a single change. So it's difficult to say it's because of this. What we have been trying to do on day 1 and day 2 is to do attribution, to isolate any other factors, either through randomization, through difference in difference, through regression discontinuity, to establish cause and effect, to establish attribution. Are we together? But in cases where it's difficult to establish attribution because of many other confounding factors, can we at least say, okay, establish contribution? Because attribution is cause and effect. Are we together? But you have done a policy, maybe it has not, it's not only that policy that have done cause and effect. Maybe there could be other players who have also what? Contributed. What is your contribution? Contribution tracing. Are we together? Contribution what? Contribution tracing. The aim is to produce a credible, evidence-based narrative of contribution that a reasonable person would be likely to agree with, rather than to produce a conclusive proof. You don't have to have a proof. You just want to establish, indeed, this training has contributed to your growth. Because in your growth, there could be so many other factors. You read a lot, you watch news, you talk to people, you go outside, you talk to professors. Are we together? All of that add value to your makeup. But this training has its role. Maybe out of 100, if it's a pie, a certain portion of that pie is attributed to this training. Are we together? It's contributed to the training. So contribution analysis can be used during a development intervention, at the end, or afterwards. While you have a project, you have an intervention you're doing, you can do it at that point, you can do at the end, or you can do even after. The idea there is to trace contribution. When you can't say A is related to B, A is caused by B, because that's what we were asking the first day. What causes what? We are saying the extent to which this intervention has caused this. That was what we are doing with the experiments. We want to say nothing else except this, right? We are trying to do attribution. But in cases where we can't do that, in cases where there are multiple explanations, what do we do? Are we together? Are we together? Does it make sense? Now, what is the context? How does it work? The context of contribution tracing. So it is designed, and that comes to your question of theory of change. It is designed to be used alongside theories of change that explicitly set how change is, was, or supposed to happen. So there has to be a TOC which articulates or postulates pathways through which change is expected to occur. So contribution tracing, because you're tracing contribution, you need to have your theory of change by your side. You need to understand how change is expected to manifest. So a theory of change governs that. We'll talk about that later, okay? It does not seek to conclusively prove whether or how far a development intervention has contributed to a change or set of changes. You don't have to prove, yes, it is this much. Can you show contribution in that process of change? Can you show contribution in that intervention towards the outcome? If you can do that, that's what contribution tracing does. So there are some probabilities involved with the way you see information. Given this information, given this, I'll do that. Bayesian probability, right? Conditional probability. Probability of A given B equals to probability of A and B, blah, blah, divide by, right? You remember those who did math. So you use priori information that probability of this, given this, I will make this, if this happens and that happens, I will conclude that this has happened. I don't have to have a proof. I'm just connecting the dots, okay? Changes are assessed at all these levels. Changes are assessed, no, you can't see there. Let me move this. Changes are assessed at all these levels, at all these different levels, in order to compare reality with what? The theory. Because that's why you need to have your theory of change by your side. Because in the theory of change, you hypothesize, how do you see change happening? Most organizations these days, they ask, do you have a theory of change? A theory of change hypothesizes how change happens. Are we together? Are we together? And finally, it can also be used to help explain how and why changes occurred. Now, for contribution tracing to apply, there are certain conditions that you need to know of. Very important. You can't just apply contribution tracing anywhere. If these ideal conditions hold, then you should think of using contribution tracing. What are these? Number one, the development intervention is based on a sound theory of change accompanied by agreed and plausible assumptions that explains how the intervention sought to bring about any desired change. So you need to have a very solid what? Theory of change. Theory of change comes with assumptions. Are we together? It comes with what? Assumptions. So that's condition number one. If you don't have theory of change, it might be difficult for you to use contribution tracing. the activities of the development intervention were implemented properly. So if you were supposed to do this training, we did it properly from 8 to 5, from 8 to 3, non-stop. Our assumption is if we train you, you will understand, you become a better policy evaluator. That's the assumption, right? And that's the pathway we want to see the change. We are assuming you have a sober mind, you're eating, you're not hungry when you're learning so that you learn properly, you're incentivized, all of this. And that we were able to do it at the prescribed time the way it was conceived. There's adequate evidence showing that change occurred at each level of the theory of change. Are we together? There's adequate evidence showing that change occurred at each level of what? Theory of change. And the relative contribution of external factors or other development interventions can be dismissed or what? Demonstrated. You can demonstrate that because you remember you are doing contribution, right? When I was at Trademark as a regional research director, Trademark has invested at the Port of Mombasa. But also there's JICA who have invested at the Port of Mombasa, right? There's so many other institutional donors who have invested in that port to improve efficiency of the port. And at some point I was being asked if we were to do an analysis or establish the contribution of Trademark in the Port of Mombasa. We did contribution tracing. Are we together? Realizing and recognizing that at the Port of Mombasa, there are other players who are also investing with the government of Kenya in the port. So it's not only one institution that is affecting the efficiency of the port, but multiple players. Now the question, because donors give you money to go and invest for impact, for results. So when it comes to reporting results, you can't say, oh, it was not us, it was JICA. You have to show what have you actually, what has your investment or intervention brought to the fore? What is the result? Now we couldn't argue that it's because of us, the Port of Mombasa is very efficient. No, because maybe we intervene in one area, someone else intervene in another area. So if you look at that ecosystem, can we find our cake and say, we contributed this much to this bigger change that we see in the Port of Mombasa? Okay, are we together? How does it work? How does it work? You might wonder. So unlike process tracing started with what? Change, right? This one, it starts with what? Set out the questions to be addressed. What is it that you want to address? What questions do you want to answer? Set out the questions to be what? To be addressed. Step number 2, develop theory of change if it is not there. You need to have a theory of change. We will learn about theory of change later today. Once you have questions, you have theory of change, what do? The next step is to gather existing what? Evidence. Gather existing what? Evidence. What are the evidence out there? Evidence that can, as I said in the Trademark case, are there other players? What are they doing in the Port of Mombasa? Maybe we are investing in cranes and systems. Others are investing in human capital. Others are investing in that. They're all trying to improve efficiency of what? Of the port. And each is contributing somewhere. Are we together? Assemble and assess the contribution narrative. Assemble and assess the contribution what? Assemble and assess the contribution what? Narrative. So what's the narrative here? From this evidence, it could be FCDO are contributing this much because of this. JICA, this, what intervention are they doing? The narrative here, they're supporting human resource. That's why Port of Mombasa officials are very efficient. That could be one explanation, right? Another would say, oh, they're investing in systems. That's why now it doesn't take long, to clear the goods from the port. The third is because of the good systems, port, then the vessels dock, the berthing time, waiting time, all those things they are efficient, right? Another one would say, no, let's build infrastructure within the port. There are those within the port who build railway, right? Because of the heavy cargoes. There are those within the port who build roads. You see in Mombasa what is happening. Some of those interventions are trademarks interventions, okay? And it's exactly, so you want to assemble and assess the contribution narrative. Is it the rail? Is it the road? Is it the system? Is it the people? Are we together? All of those contribute to the bigger picture of making the port efficient. Seek out additional what? Evidence. Now, there could be those within the port. There could also be others outside what? The port. If you go to Mombasa, the county government of Mombasa, maybe the police frameworks, maybe the common mwananchi, are they adding value? There's a study we did in Mombasa where we looked at the impact of road construction in Mombasa, a baseline. Okay, that's when I was with the other employer. We looked at that. Information that you missed out. See how the feedback loop, the way it works. Are we together? So you keep revising until, contribution, maybe this time, because things are changing. Maybe this time, we are seeing this change because of this. Next time, are we together? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Now, the next, what are the different levels of contribution analysis? What are the different levels of contribution analysis? There are three. There are three. Number one is minimalist contribution analysis, which involves developing a theory of change and confirming that the expected activities were carried out. Contribution and narratives are based purely on the strength of the theory of change and on the evidence that the activities were carried out properly and the outputs delivered. But everything that was described was fully what? Delivered, was done the way it was expected. Number two, contribution analysis of direct influence involves establishing that any expected change within the direct influence of a development intervention were realized and that the intervention was influential in bringing about those changes. Does it make sense? I'm reading because it's qualitative here. There's no math, it's just English. Just English. Unless you're a Tanzanian who doesn't understand English like me, then you're in trouble. But Kenyans, I know you're home. Huh? You're home. Perhaps you're wondering why this guy is not becoming Lumumba right now. He's not speaking proper English. Not jargons. Group of schools, those who went to group of schools. Right now they're saying, this guy, his English is 0.1. Right? You could have made it better, complex. But anyway, the key message is you get message. Contribution analysis, the last one, contribution analysis of indirect influence goes further and seeks to establish a contribution narrative that shows how a development intervention also contributed to wider what? Changes. So it's exactly those steps we talked about. The first one, you are only focusing on what has been prescribed in the theory and making sure that if theory said you'll do 1, 2, 3, those things have been done, and this is what, if that has been done, you draw your narrative out of that. The second one, you're looking at the direct influence. That any expected changes within the direct influence of the development intervention or a program were realized the way you hypothesized in your theory of change. And the intervention was influential in bringing about those changes. So there's direct relationship between what was hypothesized and the change that you see. But it is also possible the change that you see or the questions that you're asking to address the change you want to see could be explained by other factors, right? Which is the last point. Contribution analysis, what? Indirect influence. This is to appreciate that, and this is the bash that economists get, that we tend to specify mass because we want direct influence, right? But there could be other indirect influence shaping the conversation or the impact or the analysis. and we tend to miss out. But now we are converted. What are the strengths of this approach? It encourages a rigorous and transparent approach to assessing contribution to change. It is particularly useful for organizations working in complex areas where assessment of sole attributable attribution is what? Difficult. You work in an environment where there are so many players, there are so many moving pieces. You can't say it is because of this that we see this change, but you can say we contributed this much to this change that we see. Are we together? It can explain how and why a change or set of changes occurred, which is particularly useful when looking at how to expand or replicate work that has led to positive change. This is very powerful, right? It explains how and why change, or why change occurred, how it occurred. So you want to replicate, scale it up, you want to scale down. And finally, it does not need a baseline or control group to have been established at the start of development intervention. Theories of change can be established after the event. So here you don't need control group. Here you don't need baseline. Are we together? And that's why I said, if I am to invoke the probability, the Bayesian probabilities, it's just if this happened, given this happened within that theory of change, and if this happened conditional to this, and this happened to this, then it led to this, then there's contribution. You don't need counterfactual. Are we together? You just track, you see what caused and what contribution has led to that cause. Yes. So here, you have a theory of change, right? Let me go back. Good question. Here. You have a question, you have a theory of change, you have evidence. So what you're asking is, how do I measure? Right. But the goal is not necessarily to measure. Maybe the change is already there. You have a question, you ask, what is the impact? Does your organization do? Trade, right? What is the impact of CFTA on women traders or young people, right? For example, just a simple question. So you want to ask, you want to develop theory of change in terms of, if you look at the women, young people, and women protocol that CFTA Secretary developed, how do they hypothesize their agreement to help women traders and young people in Africa? Okay. So you have a theory of change, you have a set of questions. The first question is, how does this agreement, in the way the protocol is specified and the interventions that the governments will need to do in Africa, will end up helping women and young people? You have a theory of change through the way the protocol is set up. They always say, we'll do this, intervene here, government will do this, will do that. You gather evidence. Are there any evidence to show that this agreement, if done right, it would actually lead to women getting better and young people getting better? So you might not necessarily observe that impact immediately. You might not necessarily observe that impact immediately. Perhaps if you have the impact already, maybe contribution tracing is not what you need, it's process tracing. But in any case, should you choose to consider contribution tracing, what you need to see, okay, in this potentially observed impact, or what measurable impact, my organization, for the little that we do, how much are we contributing to that conversation, to changing and helping women? Okay? Okay? I'm not sure whether I've answered your question. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Yes. So I can give an example, and again, I'll speak of my former employer in the sense of just illuminating this. Trademark does a lot of interventions on trade, right? Powerful, impactful intervention in the continent. But as I said, there are multiple players. Think, for example, Northern Corridor, reduction of transport costs. They've intervened at the port. They've intervened on systems, KRA systems. All you see them, they're invested by them. They've intervened along the way to make sure that NTBs, non-trade barriers, are removed. They've intervened in Malabar. Even during COVID, the cargo tracking system, that truck driver was invested by them, right? Now, but there could be other confounding parts, because what they do is they support institutions. Because it's one thing to support the institution, the how can be different. The how is done by the government. And within government, there are a lot of challenges and anything can go left, right, and center. So your level of intervention is here, but execution is done here. And you might not have full influence there. So you might not necessarily measure. You can actually, when you see that because of this tracking system, more drivers are crossing borders now efficiently without further delays that we used to see during COVID because of testing, right? So when you design such an intervention to make sure that there's smooth flow of goods, that cost of living, and because when goods are stranded, prices are what? Increasing, it affects business, it affects, there's so many things could happen. But your intervention is, I've helped this, and my hope is to see traders, people are able to cross borders smoothly. But crossing borders is a combination of many things, immigration, health, which you are not necessarily directly intervening. But if you are seeing that eventually there's flow of goods regardless of COVID, the question we're asking is, how much can we say our intervention on this cargo tracking system contributed to the flow of goods between countries? Because we can't say it's only because of that intervention only. No, because there are many other players in this. Okay. So what are the limitations? It is meant to be done in an iterative manner. This means that evidence should be repeatedly collected and analyzed, and narratives gradually refined. But most evaluations are carried out with a limited budget and time and fixed time scales, which makes repeated iterations what? Difficult, unless you have money. Okay. As with process tracing, it is done, if it is done in a participatory way, it may require a large amount of project or program what? Staff time. And finally, it is likely to be most useful in situations where an intervention has been funded based on relatively clear theory of change and where there's little or no scope of varying how the program is implemented. It is less useful in experimental projects and programs and is not intended to be used to explore or develop alternative theories of what? It's fixated. It focuses, it uses one theory of change, you navigate around the same theory of change. Are we together? Are we together? Are you following? Okay, let's pause there. I can take 1 or 2 questions. What time is tea break? Is it now? We can break early because this, I don't want to start this. This will finish maybe more than 10 minutes. You can break early. You can break early. Let's have tea. How long do we take? 15 minutes? Then we come back at 10:45. 25 minutes. Is that okay? Okay, 10:45. And then I'll start with this and continue with the theory of change and the other things.
Morning. My question, I think it's more of reflecting on what we find in our client practices or engagements. What could you advise in terms of possible permutations between the quantitative and qualitative approaches that we are going through? For instance, if it's experimental, we're using maybe phased in, with what combination of qualitative approaches do we maybe sort of validate our assumptions with
Sorry, I missed the first part.
In terms of permutations
Mhm.
between the qualitative and quantitative approaches. Yeah.
Mhm.
What
Which
could be your recommendation in terms of those approaches that we have already learned since yesterday or since Monday up to now, that if we use maybe first in approach with a combination of maybe process tracing, you recommend that, and maybe this is the value that you can get from there?
So I don't want to be limiting. I think I would want to say they are context specific. Okay, they are different. You know, if I say use DID and process tracing, I'll be limiting your thinking. Maybe there could be a situation where you want to use randomization and process tracing. You get what I'm saying? But what I would want, the reason why I cover these methods, so you have now a bag with all these toolkits, and you can think, you can fly on your own in terms of thinking, if depending on the context I'm facing, the nature of the problem I would like to address, which one would suit better? You understand? If you feel contribution tracing and this would help, then maybe you can just ask around that. I'm thinking of, if you approach me and say, I've done this analysis, this is the problem I see, and I want to go about analyzing this problem. My first reaction is I will do difference in difference, but to strengthen the evidence, I'll also add a process tracing. As long as you can justify and explain logically, I see no problem. Then if you're asking for my feedback, I'll tell you, okay, process tracing, it is all context specific. What problem are you trying to address? How does it fit into how process tracing work? How does it fit into how quantitative approaches work? That's it. Okay? There's no universal answer that you have to do it this way. It doesn't work like that. So let's break and come back at 10:45. Is that okay? 10:45 sharp. So that when I come back, I'll start outcome harvesting. I'll talk about impact stories, and then we'll go to the lecture on identifying problems, program design, theory of change, cost effectiveness, and so on and so forth. Okay.
It's a dark road on the other side. Don't you see I'm alone without you? All the walls walls started coming down. Can't you see I'm alone without you? Yeah, spend an eternity missing we used to be. I hope you remember me at night. Love has forsaken me the day you abandoned me. Say you remember me this time. 'Cause I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone without you. 'Cause I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone without you. Black hole burning on the ground. Rescue me, I'm alone without you. It's a catalogue of certain emotions. It seems to me I'm alone without you. Yeah, spend an eternity missing we used to be. I hope you remember me at night. Love has from the end, did the door start to close once we began? But did you let go? Can take this time of war. No more, no more, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm alone without you. 'Cause I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone without you. 'Cause I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
down, they should be up high. You ain't trying to sit down, no night. And I know you're rich down, you ain't worry about time. Trying to get a grip now, this gal grab my hand and 1, 2, 3, 4. I told her, I want you and I need you and I got you in your mind. I had to come on over cause the Lord girl you fine. I'm spending so much money on the meter outside. Señorita, that don't even matter cause you're coming with me. Yeah. Good God, that thing sounds good. Listen, we're gonna do some call response right there. Let's get it in. Everybody say, I need, oh. Eddie, come on, sax solo, get it. I want you and I need you and I got you in your mind. Señorita, I had to come on over cause the Lord girl you fine. Señorita, I'm spending so much money on the meter outside. Señorita, but that don't even matter cause you're coming with me. I told you, I want you and I need you and I got you in your mind. Señorita, I had to come on over cause the Lord girl you fine. She's a big bomb, get some on the floor. Jamaican and this one gon' dance on the floor. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Señorita,
It's 10:45. I'm calling the. It's time to start. It's 10:45. Those who are taking tea. It's 10:45. It's time to start. Those who are taking tea, there are guys waiting online, probably very hungry and eager to finish, so it's not fair. Testing. 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 Ay, kosa.
Okay. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let us continue. Now, let's come to the third qualitative approach we call outcome harvesting. The word says for itself, you're harvesting what? Yeah, just remember, I'm harvesting outcomes. Okay, so let's look at the definitions. What is outcome harvesting? Outcome harvesting is a monitoring and evaluation methodology to identify, describe, verify, and analyze the changes brought about through a development intervention. It is designed to collect evidence of change and then work backwards to assess contribution to that change. It was partly inspired by outcome mapping, and the two are often seen as complementary methodologies. So here, you collect evidence of change. You have the evidence of change, right? In the CBC case, maybe you have evidence it is because of YouTube, it is because of the curriculum, it is because of supply side intervention, teachers, whatever. It is because maybe you have A, B, 3, C, D as your evidence of change, right? And then you work backward to assess contribution to that change. So one is the evidence. So you establish the evidence, and then you try to ask yourself, to what extent this evidence has contributed to the change that we see. So you start going backward. If it is YouTube, you start understanding in the learning of my child, how has YouTube really contributed? What time does he watch or does she watch YouTube, right? How has it helped with phonics? How has it helped with cognitive abilities? How you start observing, right? Similarly here, that's what outcome harvesting does. You know the evidence and you start asking, how has this evidence contributed to this outcome? Are we together? How has this evidence contributed to? So in the context of outcome harvesting, an outcome is defined as a change in the behavior, relationships, actions, activities, policies, or practices of an individual, group, community, organization, or an institution. That's how we think of an outcome, a change, either in your behavior, in the relationships, in actions, in activities, in policies, or practice of an individual, group, community, organization, or an institution. A change. A policy has changed. There's evidence that there's a shift from A to B. You have that evidence, then you do go backward. This evidence, how much has contributed to this outcome that we are seeing, to the change that we are seeing. Are we together? Do you see the difference between process tracing, contribution tracing, and outcome harvesting? Are we together? So let's look at the context. When can we use it? So outcome harvesting is designed to collect evidence of change, the outcomes, and then work backwards to assess whether or how an organization, program, or project contributed to that change. Can you contrast with contribution tracing? Can you contrast with process tracing? So you collect evidence of change, the outcomes. Here is the outcomes. Here is the evidence of change. Here is the outcome 1, 2, 3B. And then you start working backward to do what? To assess whether wewe kama individual, you as an individual, you as an organization, you have contributed to that. What have you done? Are we together? So you harvest outcomes by looking at what have you done, what have you added to that change. Are we together? Are we together? Outcome harvesting can be used for ongoing monitoring throughout a project or a program in order to produce real-time information on change. This is very practical, right? A monitoring project, you want to know what is happening where, when. And outcome harvesting can be used as a methodology on its own. There's one study I did for Porticus on child protection, and we used outcome harvesting as they hired me as their evaluation specialist. So one way, we did other manenos, but we applied outcome harvesting to try to extract lessons of children who are under risks in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Zimbabwe, and South Africa. Okay. So you can also use in combination with other methodologies. there are terms that are used in outcome harvesting, which are very important for you to know. And I would like to put them before you. What are the terms that are used in outcome harvesting? We'll come on the how, we'll come on when to use it. Okay, we'll come to that. One, the first term is a change agent. This is a very common language, right? You must all have heard a change agent. What is a change agent in the outcome harvesting context? A change agent is an individual or organization that influences what? An outcome. In outcome harvesting, the change agent is often an organization running a project or what? A program, a government, an NGO, you are a change agent. And then there's a social actor. It's an individual, group, community, organization, or institution that changes because of a change agent's intervention. So change agent, you are the organization. Whoever benefits from your interventions, we call them what? Social actors, okay? And who is the harvest user? The harvest user is the stakeholder who needs the finding of an outcome harvest to make decisions or take what? Action. This may include one or more people within the change agent organization or the third parties such as a donor. Okay? So it can also be the harvest user could be also a change agent. You're investing, you're an intervention, you want to see a change on social actors, but you want to use that evidence for decision making. Who is the harvester? The harvester is the person or people responsible for managing the outcome harvest. The harvester is often an internal or external what? Evaluator. In this case, who is the harvester? You. Are we together? You're the what? You're the harvester. The harvester leads the outcome harvesting process and facilitates and supports participation within the process. So these are the terms. I might mention them along the way, but at least you know the distinctions, okay? So when do we use outcome harvesting? When do we use it? That's the question. So here are the 3 scenarios when to use, and then we'll see how does it work, because that's very important. Number 1, it is appropriate when the focus is mostly on outcomes rather than on activities or what? Outputs. And outcomes, you see later today, outcomes are on the demand side. Outcomes are on the results. There's supply, which is implementation, and there's what? Demand, which is results. So you can only use outcome harvesting if your goal is to target on what? Outcomes, on results, okay? It is designed to help assess what changed and why in order to help understand change processes. It is not designed to assess whether activities were carried out according to plan, the way it was under contribution what? Tracing, right? This one, whether you did the activity or not, doesn't matter. But it focuses on the outcome. This outcome is how did it happen? It is stuck there, okay? Number 2, when to use it, it is designed for use in complex situations where the relationship between cause and effect is not fully understood and where many different actors influence change. So it's somewhat similar to contribution tracing, right? The only difference here, it focuses on what? Outcomes. But how do we explain what influences this outcome? Okay. It is particularly useful in areas of work such as policy influencing. I think that's where you come in. Trade, mobilization, capacity development, empowerment, and network development. You focus on outcomes, okay? And finally, it is appropriate when the purpose of an M&D exercise is to learn about change in order to improve future performance. You focus on the outcomes. You want to learn about change. It is considered most useful when different stakeholders want not only to identify change, but also to learn about how and why those changes were brought about. And that's why it focuses on outcomes. What is it that happened? Now, how does it work? How does it work? You wonder, right? Let's see. This is how it works. First one, you design the harvest. You're the harvester. You design the harvest. And how do you design the harvest? Identifying the outcomes, right? Yeah? You design the harvest. Step two, once you have designed the harvest, meaning you have identified the outcomes you want to harvest and make sense of what is happening. Number two, you gather data and draft descriptions about the outcomes. Are we together? You describe the outcomes, you gather data around the outcomes. In the sense that, what informed these results? Why are these results happening? Okay, why do we see this change? You gather data, you draft descriptions to analyze, to sort of put your thoughts together. You engage with informer, you start asking. Are we together? You're harvesting, you see this change. Well, Unadhani, what happened? Why do you think kids are not going to school? Remember the Malawian case? Why are there school dropouts? Why young ladies are not going this? Why there's no vaccines uptake for COVID? Are we together? You are asking the questions. And then you substantiate the outcomes. Okay? Substantiate the outcomes. Outcome one, maybe it's because of this. Outcome two, you map it out. Are we together? You analyze and what? Interpret. And remember, these can be feedback loops. They are like this, but they can keep feeding on each other. So it's iterative process. And finally, you support the use of findings. Once you get here, this can inform this. You go back. Are we together? Feedback influences area steps. Because maybe at this point, it might probably provide inputs here. Here, it can go back here. So it's iterative process. Are we together? What are the strengths? Strength number one, most useful in complex settings where the focus is on assessing change and learning. Very effective at addressing unintended outcomes as it treats all outcomes what? Equally. So you want to learn. You want to assess change and learn. Number two, it does not necessarily require plans or M&D frameworks to have been developed from the start of a project or a program. So you don't have to have from the beginning. So you see, what you're learning here, these 3 days, is there are different ways of looking at evaluating public policy, right? And what you're getting is that these are different tools that you can use to think about addressing public policy challenges, whether in an NGO setting, whether in a policy setting. How can you use these tool frameworks? Okay. It is one of limited number of qualitative M&D methodologies that promote rigor in the collection, analysis, reporting of multiple cases of change. And finally, along with other qualitative M&E tools that start by assessing change and then working backwards for example, most significant change and contribution analysis, outcome harvesting can be carried out even if projects or programs have not been properly monitored or evaluated over their lifetime. Are we together? You are focusing on the results. So if you have never monitored your project, you have never evaluated your project, don't despair. So there's good news. You can still do outcome harvesting to make sense of the results that you see. Are we together? Although in an ideal setting, you want to set theory of change and whatnot. Now, what are the limitations? Outcomes are only captured if they have already been described in documentation, or if the change agent is aware of them, the organization is aware of them, right? This might mean a bias towards outcomes that are easy to identify and away from those that are more difficult to measure. So you'll only look for the easy outcomes. You don't want hard work. What is the easy outcome? This one, let's go for this one. The unobservable outcomes or the difficult one to measure, you always shy away. So it's biased. It creates some level of subjectivity. may be less useful if the development agency wants to know whether or how far specific objectives were achieved. It tends to work with multiple outcomes and does not include guidelines for investigating major planned changes in depth. It just looks at the outcomes. Remember, it does not focus on processes, it doesn't focus on output, doesn't focus on activities. And describing outcomes is very difficult for some staff, particularly if not working in their first language. It can take a lot of time and skills to develop high quality outcome descriptions, and frequently outside assistance is required. So you are doing a project in a language that is not in Swahili. Imagine unaongea Kiswahili non-stop. Tanzania anakuja kwambia tu fiandundu wewe. Like what? In 2018, I used to be an advisor of Minister of Health here in Kenya. So we were doing a countrywide survey, which gave me the privilege to visit your entire country, except Northeastern. Service delivery indicators by the World Bank, we designed them for health facilities. So we surveyed health facilities in Kenya. I think I went to 42 counties out of 47. So I was training enumerators who were medics from facilities for data collection, because it's health survey. We needed clinicians, medical doctors from counties to be part of the training. And the facilitator was me. It was an intensive data collection training for 8 weeks. Is it 8 weeks? Yeah, it was 2 months. Monday to Saturday for 2 months in Mombasa Beach Resort. So in a class, the class was big, about 200 people, because it was countrywide survey, and I was the only facilitator. Now after tea break like this, people would be, then I would switch the class in Swahili. Everybody would be awake. Because there were exams after that. So we needed to screen and get people that would go to the field, a few were to remain behind. And because it was funded by World Bank, very lucrative, good money. For 90 days, we were paying them what? $130 a day. For 90 days, if you get that, my friends, you go and finish your kibanda. So, but I was the one who was the lead, and I would decide whether you're staying in the project or not. Well, I made a lot of good friends in the process. That's for sure, number one. And that's when I loved Kenya. But number two, I wanted to make sure people follow. So after tea break, I would run the entire session in Swahili. My friend, people were awake. Kwani unasema nini? Kwani unasema, what is that? What are you trying to say? I say, no, it's in Swahili. And when people pay attention, then they switch to English. Then they start going to sleep. You switch in Swahili. But I wouldn't do that here. It was kind of funny. It can be very data intensive. That's the limitation of outcome harvesting. It is less clear how wider stakeholders, such as social actors, should participate, and there's a danger that data collection can end up being extractive. You're only extracting information from people. You're not really engaging in a co-creation way. Okay, so here I don't have much to say. This is no more comms, and because I respect communication, I decided to limit myself. I don't want to say things and they'll say, oh, now you don't know what you're saying. So I don't want to get into trouble. Impact stories. For those who are donor funded, donor always want to see human face in their intervention. This is very important. For those who are in academia, you always tend to write and you talk to yourselves. That's the unfortunate part sometimes academia people do. And the disconnect between research and policy making. It's unfortunate, but I think those who are listening, this could be a game changer. How you engage, how you package. Because academicians miss out a lot on influencing policymakers because of the way they package. You know, you're coming from ivory tower, so you want to go there with your ivory tower attitude. I'm professor this, so what? How does your professorial help me? You need to understand the mindset of your people, policymakers. The moment you show attitude and you're like, oh, me, I'm that, I'm that. This one has behaved again. Gosh, I hope it won't be that difficult. So what we want is, how do we use impact stories good. How do we use impact stories to make, not evaluation per se, but to convince impact, to tell that there is an impact here? Are we together? Number one, some examples of how you can tell a story. Prepare short stories, short narratives, and digests. You want to show you've done an intervention. How has it impacted life? There's an appeal to the eye, right? You appeal to human emotions. I'm a funder, you want me to give you more money, I want to see the impact. Even policymakers, don't go there with a lot of hot air. You go there with a lot of hot air, Madam, call me and say, man, there's a lot of hot air here. Big English, just hot air. Go there with an appeal, with something that can appeal to human nature. Impact. You're talking about this project. It has done this, it has done that. Where is the impact? You can run all the regression. You can show all the funds models you have done, right? But there are people whose hearts are very rigid. They're like, what is this now? So why should I care? But when you put, that's where development partners in the reports, they put a face of a young, when they talk about hunger, they put a photo of someone who is hungry. And most often that someone or that kid is what? Is black. If it's white, it's Arab. I've never seen a photo with Muzungu, but there are many. There are many. If you have lived in the West, I remember when I used to live in California one time, there's a street in Berkeley from here to where, I don't know, it's a very long shuttle. It's a very long street. No American streets the way they are. That street is just beggars. One time I was walking with my son and he was like, Dad, I think we need to do something here. I said, what do you want to do, boy? Can we just get some bread and just, people, there's so many. How comes? My first American experience when I went for grad school. You know, when you have finished your first degree, you think that going to America is everything, right? You have a dream. I didn't want to go to the UK, I want to go to America. And then I got Fulbright scholarship. Well, your Fulbright is very prestigious in America, fully funded. They pay even if you're underfunded. So I was excited. And then Fulbright orientation, San Diego in California. So I landed in San Diego with my friend who passed on, and a Ghanaian. I landed in San Diego. San Diego, there's a street called Hillcrest. Okay? I'm gonna share this because for me, I spoke, but I didn't realize I was stepping on people's toes. So we landed in San Diego with my friend, the first cultural shock. We go to a restaurant, we're hungry. Look at the menu, I have no clue what this food is. And then I see chicken, I'm like, oh, there's chicken here. This must be chicken that I know. And chips, oh, there's chips here. But chips in America means what? Crisps, not French fries. If you want chips, you have to say French fries. Me and my friend, by the late Godwin, we said, we want chicken and chips. See, we are American, yeah? That's the first day in America. You are so psyched. Chicken and chips. The waiter asks, are you sure? Chicken and chips, big one, a lot of chips. I am hungry. And at that time, I have American dollars because the government used to pay. After Fulbright, you are paid by the American government. So before I left the country, I was given a few dollars, enough. So if I change this to my local money, I'm a rich young man. Chips, I'll spend $100 here. 3 times, I didn't discover we are being asked to verify, are you Do you want chips and chicken? How do you eat chicken and chips in the American sense? What do you mean French fry? No, chips. Chips. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, he comes back with a bowl full of chips and chicken. And we're like, what? I said, but you said chips. I said, oh, no, this is not chips. You know chips, those ones like this, those ones. Now we are struggling to describe those ones you cut and you do this, those ones. My friend Godwin, the late Godwin was a comedian. So he made a joke about it. And then, we became famous in the restaurant because the other Muzungus, they turned around. Who are these monkeys who are making a noise? And we made friends the very same day. Out of that, I got an American family who hosted me. But when we went around San Diego, there's an island, very beautiful. There are lots of people in California. There are lots of people who are begging. And then part of my Fulbright volunteering, I used to teach at Malcolm X Library in California, in San Diego. So you go, you teach young people. And I remember when New Orleans, Katrina hurricane, Brad Pitt built houses. Water was so high. Hey, my friend, just watch on those guys, they are going, God forbid, so we would go there. They used to use us big time. The government used to go and we design New Orleans master plan for economic recovery. We were part of a few Fulbrighters brought from different countries to think they're not paying you for free. They have to extract your brain. And then after that, we were convened for a panel. Tell us your experience. First of all, for me, it was a cultural shock. A country that is developed as America with the devastation and poverty that I saw, it was just unbelievable. Then you'll never see those on TV. You will never ever see them, but just go around there. It's just it's unbelievable. People sleep under the ramps on roads. It's just beyond. So I sit in the room in the panel, tell us about financial crisis. What do you think? I said, I'm shocked. I'm shocked in this country, people sleep outside. In our country, we take care of our own. Where? The room was quiet. Who is this monkey? That was my first cultural shock. I was trying to say, so tell us about, and I'm grateful, not that I'm not grateful for the contribution, for the way the capacity and that has changed to who I am, right? But I said, I am really shocked the amount of people who sleep outside, who lives on food stamp. It's devastating. You should visit states. I've visited more than half American states. The amount of, it's just, and if you want to go to America, come we talk. Go study, do job, come back home. But the amount of, Africa is better by a huge margin. So in that panel, when I said that, the director, I got friends, the beauty of Democrats. But then they looked at me and said, okay, maybe we can skip that part. Another question, please. The social issues in the developed world, they are just, in Africa, if we get our things together, we have a way better opportunity of transforming our lives by a huge margin. In the West, if system ikikutema, imekutema. At least in Europe, when I lived in Europe, they have support systems. They have support systems. They have welfare states that take care of you, schooling, health. But America, it's an individual society. Kama hujajisort, you will be sorted out. Short story, she now have painted picture about America. Not in a bad way, not that I have anything against them. My daughter is American, for one. So I have nothing against America. But I was just trying to paint a picture. You see, it was flowing in your mind, right? It's like you are there, even if you're not there. And if you are dreaming of going there, you probably take caution. Say, enyewe, ngoja kwanza. Sijua kuna watu wanakuja hapa na credit card. They live on credit card, my friend. They come here with nice shoes, iPhone, this, they all on credit. when I moved to Washington, now you have, okay, a student, California, back and forth, and then settled, Washington, a World Bank employee. Money is not a problem. Then you meet people, you support people. Africa has so much potential. This I can say from the bottom of my heart. Africa has what? So much potential. If we change our continent, there's no better place to be than being here. There are so many opportunities here, even if you're getting small, but it's way bigger because the Western system is on another level. It's survival of the fittest for sure. And I've seen people struggling. I've seen Africans stranded, living very, very suboptimal lives, which you probably not live that life in Africa. Video, show videos. Are we together? When you want to make impact stories, stories that have an impact, show what? You are planning to go, you have done your analysis, you have done your weather outcome harvesting, you have seen that these are the results. Now you're communicating. Are we together? Put videos that relate to the issue at hand. It helps someone to synthesize, not only to understand what you're saying, but to visualize. Are we together? Especially if you're going to policymakers. You want to convince them that this intervention has worked. Videos are very, snippets also. You know snippets, eh? Very powerful. What I'm trying to tell you here, the power of visualization. Walk someone through their minds, they can visualize what you're trying to say. Not in abstract. Even if you have done a very good randomization, a very good impactful, when you're preparing your presentation to show the impact of the project, make it visual. Always remember your audience. Today, when I teach this course with you in the audience, I'll teach it differently when I have people who have a certain caliber. If I do the same training with policymakers, people who make decisions, I will not do the regressions because they don't care. Are we together? Because there are certain things that they will be interested. If I do this training again to media people, if you media person, you're trying to run regression, you are confusing him or her. You just want to teach them the angle when they can see evaluation as an important ingredient for reporting, right? So you nuance, importantly, for impact stories. Impact stories are very, very powerful, but most often they're underutilized. You can do a very good policy work, a very good program work. You can do a very good evaluation, impact evaluation, very scientifically rigorous, but how you package it, you are done. Because that's effective communication. Are we together? You miss out on that, whatever work you have done. You see, yesterday when I was presenting some of the work I've done, you didn't have to be an expert, but I had to present in a way that is convincing for you to follow and understand, right? And the message was communicated, right? Although there was regressions, I said, forget about this. What I needed is to add a little bit of photo to show China, goods going. So if I go to policymakers, I'll put photos, a bit infographics. The idea is people relate better, they see things better in visualization. So take advantage of that. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, that's why I wanted to put there. Hi, any question before we change gear? Now we are going to go into more meat. Yes.
Wycliffe Nyakundi, you can speak. Just unmute yourself.
Good morning. I think So far, I think I had a comment. I did not have a comment, but I think I'm okay. Unless there's a specific question or other comment you wanted me to illustrate. But so far, I just appreciate this far. I do not have any question.
Jennifer, can I speak?
So I had to hone those skills along the way. First, it's important to understand your audience. Very important. Who is intended to receive your message? And what message are you sending? Very key. Because once you're able to profile your audience, it becomes easy. If you're targeting young people, obviously, if I use TikTok, I'll get their attention. Right. But if I'm targeting parliamentarians and I use TikTok, okay, these days Kenyan parliamentarians, they're probably on TikTok. Will I really get their attention? I won't. Probably I should use primetime news because everyone is on primetime news, right? They will see it, they watch. So it's important to identify the media that you're going to use, but to profile the audience that you're targeting. If it's a donor, what ways stimulate donors? You have to also understand donors' theory of change. What is their area of focus? What should be saying? What are the buzzwords you should be saying in their ears that they need to hear? That's very important. They need to hear something that resonates with them. So it's an art of, I always say it's purely an art. It's an art of how do you engage? How do you communicate effectively? What to say, how to say, when to say. Are we together? What to say, how to say, when to say. Very important. And those things no one will teach you in class. Because it's also your social skills, right? You as a person. If you're doing one-on-one, if you're doing remotely, how do you get the conversation started? How do you pivot the conversation in a certain direction? How do you, and I've learned for myself, because I talk to medias every other week. Sometimes I tend to take control of the conversation in a way that by the time they realize conversation has moved on. I remember one interview at KTN live for 30, 45 minutes. I tilted the conversation in a certain direction because I did not want to talk about something they were asking about Kenyan government. So I inserted the conversation, and then before you know, the news anchor was asking what I wanted her to ask. I did not ask, can we talk about this? No. I just tilted the conversation, the first response, the second response. She sees like, this guy is talking about this more. And they're very perceptive. They are very perceptive. So you being perceptive is also very important. Being aware what is happening. How do I tweak the conversation to keep it flowing, to keep it engaging? It's a skill that you might not be taught in class. It's a skill that you learn by doing. And you might need comms people. That art, I don't know if I take communication class, you're here, communication, right? That art, it also comes with your personality. So if you're bubbly, extrovert personality, you definitely cut it. But if you're an introvert, you're like, you know, me, me. You are interviewing me, you're looking down. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm not proposing to you. Look at me straight. Are we together? I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Okay, can we still use the impact stories to help in the uptake of policies during implementation?
Very big yes, resounding yes. Uptake of policies. To convince policymakers to use that evidence for policy making. You've done a study, very impactful. You want to go to the parliamentarians and present your study. Don't make it full of paper and sentences. Make it catchy, make it sexy. Are we together? Make it what? Catch and sexy, so that somebody can remember, because policy making is nuanced by so many things. And at the end of the day, policymakers are people. They're not machines. They are people who appeal to emotions. They are people who appeal to certain environment, right? So you need to actually understand. That's why I say profiling your audience is extremely important skill. What kind of audience am I going to talk to? And what is it that they would expect? Maybe you might want to buy the book from a textbook center. They have a book, The Art of Presentation. They have a book around there. I remember I bought for my daughter, The Art of Presentation. How do you think about presentation? How do you prepare? You need to do your own research. If you're going to give keynote speech, if you're going to do just a talk, who is in the audience? Who is coming? What is it that turns them on? Because people will come with their own philosophies, right? You want to align your talk to so that the audience can understand what you're saying. And if you're targeting to fundraise, you need to know who are the funders in the room. If you're targeting to impact police, you need to know who is coming. Obviously, if in the room, who are the funniest politicians in Kenya? Who are the funniest? You don't want to say. We are past politics now. We are in the world. Government is already in full power. So there's nothing. Who is? Kachagwa. Somebody said Rigiji. So if Rigiji is in the audience, what do you think you will say will make him respond? And that's why you see, when you get an audience to speak with these powerful people, you need to know what to say. You need to say the right things, which can make or what? Break you. So if Rigiji is in the audience, and you say Baba, Rigiji will turn around and look, what? But I'm just kidding. We are past politics now. Now let's get back to business. There's another question? Yes.
Shadrach. Shadrach, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I think this is Jennifer. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning
to you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, now I just wanted to get from Daktari, he's mentioned whatever that we have learned now, the methods that we have learned today. Could he be in a position to share if there is somewhere that he has used a case study where he has used this extremely, but we find that no one method is 100%. So we need to like mix them for us to get the right answer. So maybe Daktari to shed more light where maybe cases where he has seen this in practice.
You mean the methods, all of them, or the impact stories?
And no, in fact, I will want to hear the impact stories where you've seen and how they impacted policies.
Well, are you in Nairobi? You should come to one of my meetings with donors. You'll see me in display.
I've been with you, Daktari. So it's only that I'm working outside now. I said let me go to offline.
They can answer that question better when I'm in display with donors, with partners, how I articulate about the organization. It's also packaging. You know, it's how do you convince donor that you are a true organization that they should invest in? Because that's my day-to-day job. Mobilize resources and funding, right? How do I go to a donor? You go to Americans, British. How do I convince? So for example, I'm not sure, Edwin, can Edwin share that brochure he prepared for when we went to Kigali? That's an example of how we did impact stories and we were presenting. Whenever I talk to the donors, I always project it, okay? Let's see if I can retrieve it. That's an example. We packaged information in an infographic. Let's see if I can get it.
Maybe as you look for that, Anthony, would you want to probably speak about science communication? Because I think for researchers, there's a way that you can communicate your findings without being too technical, so that a layman, so to speak, is able to understand what you're trying to portray. Some good platforms are like The Conversation. Don't know who has read articles from that, or The Elephant. Yes, sorry?
I got it.
Yes, but those platforms are a way where researchers can actually communicate their science or their technical research in a way that anyone who doesn't maybe know the jargons can understand what they're trying to say, over and beyond impact stories.
Yes, I'll talk about that briefly. Okay, so this is an example of our organization. I'm not sure whether this can, yes. So this is a brochure that we prepared. When I go around, I got it. I'm not sharing. It's sharing. What am I sharing? Uh-oh. Don't read my email, please. Yeah? Am I sharing emails? Gosh. That's serious. Let's see. Let me save it there. Okay. Just a second. Is it coming clear now? This is an example of how you can do impact stories. You see, it's condensed the entire organization, what it has done in one page. Perhaps NERA has the same, right? Okay, this is how you can summarize impact stories. Your question and the question that Shadrach was asking. Let me move this. Okay, so here you see our impact. See, so first it summarizes who we are, what we do, what is out there relative to what we do, what is our approach and in the areas that we focus on, and what is our impact. Actually, Edwin, this thing needs to go on the website. The other day I got a comment in Mauritius. This should actually find its way on the website. It's very clear. So talk to Mreto. This is a summary of the institution. You get what I'm saying? So when I go and talk about who we are as an organization, I don't need to look at this. I know the numbers on my fingertips, right? But I just talk about it in a very nice, convincing, passionate way. And when I speak, you can see the passion in me. Like this guy, if you cut it, you see public policy. But I want money. You have to be a salesperson. You have to sell. And then later you leave this. Tomorrow they call you, hey, we like your program. Can we have a chat on the next steps? Are we together? So if as an organization, we are able to package like this, you see how powerful this is? This was a poster we did in Kigali in a conference, just to tell our stakeholders who we are. Big. Someone can see we are in 26 countries. So this is how many we have trained. This, you have not entered into these statistics. Next iteration, Edwin, you have to add these heads. You'll be here somewhere among these 10,000 plus, somewhere. We'll add your number. Are we together? You see how powerful and informative it is? First, it decompresses complex information about the organization, what we do. It makes it very easy to understand in seconds. Okay, so this is an example of how you can summarize impact stories. Infographics are very powerful. These days, if you have seen annual reports that are prepared, no one writes detailed annual reports. They are written in infographics, right? Very visual. Can you download our annual report? I can project that. I think it's on the website as well, or I have it somewhere. I'll show you how it presents the layout of what we have achieved in a particular year. Again, it's part of how you document the impact. Let me find it. Annual report, it's here. Oh, this is not it. Sorry? Did you put it? Okay, it's already on. Okay, let me check from there. They don't read my emails. Okay. I can beam it up on your report. Is it showing? Is it showing? Okay. So if you scroll down, first look at the first decade of, you come the first page, the landing page, you find this Kenya, beautiful. There's Kenya there. You see the tower? That engineer from Machakos who designed it. You didn't know that? Okay. Now you know. Okay, and then our funding partners, you put them there. It's impact reporting, basically. You're not just reporting with stories, lines, a lot of English, and no one cares. And then, of course, it comes the standard content. There's something there. There's someone with a degree. Yeah? You appeal. Okay, there is our board chair with a statement, who we are as an organization. There is me talking, you know, with my small messages. And there is our 10 years impact. See how visual, how appealing it is. If you're a donor dishing out money, you would give me money. Because you see across Africa where we are, how spread out we are. Who have we touched? Who are the researchers and policy actors? Scholarships we have given, blah, 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 blah. Okay? You would go on, and I would encourage you to read so we get more traffic on our website. Here is our former board chair giving a statement. It enhances credibility, right? And here is, because we are celebrating 10 years, here's the first inaugural ED of the organization, what he says, okay? And then here we come, what are the milestones we have achieved? So someone can walk with you to see how this organization has, in the last 10 years or so, has what? Evolved. Very powerful, okay? And now infographics, you see, what are our core programs? So imagine if it was just words, it would be boring, right? impact reporting, impact stories. And then we go to 2021 at glance. What are the key outputs we have delivered in 2021? What are the things that we have done in 2021? How many people have we impacted? Now, what a past guy in picture. See here? Here we were in Nigeria receiving an award. Here I was in Ghana. This was Ghana, if I remember. This was Nairobi. This was Nigeria. This is Nairobi. This is Nigeria. Past guy in picture. What you're telling a donor here, we are in all over Africa. We are a Pan-African what? Organization. Of course, you're also showing where you are because seeing is believing, right? And then we start now, what have we done on research and policy? Yeah, and we have someone there trying to think. Of course, there you go, what we've done, what we've achieved, with infographics, blah, blah, blah. I remember there's potato and mango. There's a project we did on potato and mango in Kenya. You see there how many employment were created in potato sector and value chains and mango. Someone sees potato, immediately, yay. Those who are coming from Central, their mouths start watering. They start watering, eh? First, you've appealed to them. They're like, oh, potato, 3.3. Oh, these guys are very serious, banner. Did you see that potato? You're imagining chopping that off, making chips out of it, or making saute out of it, or mokimo, right? Already people are imagining things, okay? And then they see mango, those who have come from Makueni, the Kao, West Pokot, they'll see mango, they're like, yay, Kitui. And then there's a project we are doing across different cities. It shows the cities that we are covering as a project. So there's a story, but there's also a visual representation, the visual impact, the visual effect. And then it continues, talks about social political action, blah, 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 blah. And then there, we had a conference where the Honorable Chiligui opened it. We have his photo in his court. Impact stories, are we together? When we are saying we did this conference, if we remove Chiligui's put there strategically to show a donor that as an way we can attract high profile people. Are we together? Policymakers. Then it goes. There we go, higher education. We had very high profile people there, blah, blah, blah. What have we achieved in higher education? You see the way they're presented in terms of infographics. Impact stories. Are we together? How you document matters. What is the demand for PEDO, for example, training? How has it changed? How many universities, how many people have been affected positively? And what are the voices? So we have individual voices, people that have directly benefited from our interventions, have been part of our journey. They give their stories. These are narratives, excerpts from them, not from us. You see? It goes like that. Then professional development and training, which country, how many, blah, blah, blah. And then engendering research, blah, 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 blah. You see there people being trained. What are the partner voices? What are they saying? These are people who are vouching for our work. Are we together? And then what have we delivered? Where are we in the social media? Sometimes I speak with media, BBC, what? Because all of that constitutes the impact of an organization to a wider stakeholders community, okay? So this is just an example of how you package. We didn't put video. Maybe if you click link there, you would see video. Perhaps. Okay? Any question? Shadrach, have I answered your question? Have I? Where is my Zoom? Are we together? Okay. No question. Now let's go to serious issues, practical issues, program design. How do we do an evaluation design? Now we know the methods, we know the what. Let's change gear now. How do we do evaluation design? How do we identify problems? You want to design an evaluation. How do you do it? Now we are going to the how, right? Now you have all the tools, the methods, but how do I go and design an evaluation? What questions should I ask? Theory of change. And how do I choose indicators? What indicators do I need to measure the impact that I'm interested in? Okay. All right. So we're going to start in this lecture. One is to understand program life cycle. What are the components of program life cycle? Number one being needs assessment, developing theory of change. I will talk a little bit of cost-effective analysis. This is an entirely separate course, cost-benefit analysis, but I'll talk about them so you understand. And identifying and measuring what? Indicators. These are the key components you're going to learn. If you didn't know how people develop theory of change, what is it, how it works, by the end of this session, by lunchtime, you'll be a guru, okay? So what are the components of program life cycle? What is program life cycle? Let's start there. Let me start. I know there are a lot of program people here. What is program life cycle? Online, what is program life cycle? What do you understand by the term program life cycle? Anyone? Anyone to try? Anyone to try? Please.
Okay, I think I can say it refers to the like a lifespan. Okay, like a time period in which a program is going to run.
So what does it constitute? And even a life cycle, somebody is born, is getting sick, they go to the hospital, they get better, they grow, they eat, they sleep, they die. So what does it constitute? In your own opinion, it doesn't have to be perfect.
Maybe the activities.
Okay, activities, that's one, good try. We'll see whether activity is one of them and where does it fit in. Yes, you want to try?
Okay, I would say it's the time period between initiation to closure of a program or a project.
So from when you are born, when you die, that's what you're saying.
Yes, the time between initiation, then there is implementation, no, design, implementation, identification. There is the stages that are in between planning. They are all in. They are all inside.
So even a baby, before the baby is born, there's planning.
Yes, yes.
Mostly. Otherwise, sometimes there's no planning. Hey.
Martin, you can speak.
That's
Martin
beyond my
Kapchanga.
degree. Martin,
you can speak.
There's a hand there. This one is more interactive because this is practical. I'll be engaging you and we are going to design a theory of change.
Then Fitawek, maybe you can speak.
Okay, if they're not there, can you give mic to?
She's on. Fitawek, you want to speak?
Two participants raise their hands. Okay, we can't hear them.
I would say the program life cycle is.
Okay. We can't hear them.
It's basically the process from conception all the way to evaluation. And in design, you identify the goal, the output, the indicators, the outcome, and then also you go ahead to do a stakeholder mapping or analysis. Then you go to implementation, monitoring, and then towards the end you evaluate.
Okay. So we have experts in the room. They're going to draw on their experiences. Who else? Okay, good. You're all converging to the same thing. Now let's see, what do I have here? So a life cycle of a program. First, you have to identify what is the problem. You want to design a program. You want to design an evaluation program. Why are you doing it for? What is the issue? What is the problem? Okay? Problem identification, because you know, identifying the problem correctly, you are halfway to solving it, right? You want to design it. That's why I gave an example on Monday. I said, those specialists who went to the village wanting to treat people with malaria, but the issue was not what? What was the issue? Rodents, right? Yeah, the issue was rodent, not malaria. So they did wrong diagnosis, basically. And then we need to think solution design. How do we design a solution? How do we design a solution? Once we've identified the issue, what will be the solution? And then we need to think of how do we implement the program, okay? And finally, we need to think of evaluation for decisions, whether the evaluation, the intervention has worked or has not worked. And how do we do that? From the beginning to the end, we are going to do what? Program what? Monitoring and what? Evaluation. This is why I said on Monday, monitoring and evaluation cannot answer cause effect, but it's very important in impact evaluation. You can't do away without monitoring and evaluation. So let's look at these stages in details. So component stages of program evaluation. There are 3 stages. There's conceptualizing and designing, there's implementation, and there's program assessment. 3 stages. Conceptualization and design, implementation, program assessment. So you want to design an intervention. Those in the government, those in NGOs, you want to intervene. Have you done needs assessment? Is it needed? Oh, you failed today. This is the problem. Let's study this. Have you done what we call co-creation, demand, needs assessment? Is it needed in the first place? Is there a need for that intervention to be created or to be initiated? So you have to do needs assessment. You have to develop theory of change. So in the needs assessment, you ask yourself, what is the problem in this society? What is the problem in this community that would require an intervention, an evaluation intervention? What is the problem? What is the issue? Are we together? With asking that question comes the need to understand. So you can do rapid assessment, what people think, what are the issues, instead of being top down, because top down you can go and do malaria while people want you to address rodents. Are we together? So it needs to begin from where the problem is, where you are situated. After you have done needs assessment and identified, and we'll go through step by step based on a project that was done in Rajasthan in India. And I will take you through on that health project, how they did it, what was the problem, how they went about to do needs assessment, and how they developed theory of change, step by step. And then theory of action or theory of change, or sometimes called results what? Chain. Now, what does it mean? Now you know the problem. You ask yourself, how in theory would an intervention or policy fix the problem? Once you know there's a need, in this community they need water. One of our study in PASCA, we discovered in informal settings. Have you ever heard a concept called sextortion? Sextortion, young girls exchange sex for water. It's called sextortion, yes, in slums in Nairobi. Because most of these informal settings, hakuna maji, and we need water. So those Kora guys, you want water? Come, I'll give you pure water. And we exchange water first, and I'll give you water. So young girls are trapped, exchanging sex for water. It's called sextortion. It's happening in Kenya. So that's the problem. So you know, if we are to address sextortion in slum areas, in informal settings in Kenya, what do we need? Perhaps we need to create an infrastructure and door-to-door water taps, for example, right? But you need to think about how, in theory, TAP would help address extortion in slums, in informal settings. Yesterday and the day before, I talked about up-bed schools, these preschools in informal settings. There's a problem. They're not, because the government of Kenya does not have enough muscle to support preschoolers, especially in rural settings and informal at disadvantaged settings. Right? There are not many, even in Nairobi. Now that's the need. There's a need for preschooling, because preschooling is a very important. I remember I said about the wage efficiency, taller, short. So if you want to address and make sure everyone is tall, everyone is educated, we need to invest in early childhood development. In fact, these days it's called whole child development, holistic way of investing in child emotions, not only numerical skills, but in their emotions, psychosocial, so many things. We know there's a need, but then we ask ourselves, if we know the need is up at school, so that most preschoolers can go to school in our informal setting and rural settings, how do we see up-at schools transforming these children? So we need to have a theory of change. How do we see? And this is what I'm asking here. How in theory would an intervention or a policy fix the problem? But, and I will see in the example that we'll talk about, but for up-at schools to be operational, they need to be catered for. They need manpower, they need buildings, they need facilities, right? So we need to be able to monitor process evaluation. I'll talk about it. You'll see how it comes into play. How many, if they need schools, how many schools need to be built? Have they been built to the standard and specifications that were described or expected? How many teachers have been trained? Because it's one thing to have up-at schools, it's one thing to have facilities, it's another thing completely different to have an engaging up-at schools that are transformative. It's a whole different mix. Are we together? And that would require what we call process evaluation, materials, things that are needed, everything is in place. Then you ask yourself, that's the supply side, up to monitoring and evaluation. Then you ask, to what extent has up-at school caused preschoolers' cognitive abilities to improve? Cause and what? Effect. What are you talking about now? Impact what? Impact evaluation. What were the desired outcomes? So is the first, this process evaluation, is the program implemented as planned? How many schools? When are we supposed to build these schools? Blah, 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 blah. Here you're asking yourself, where the desired outcomes achieved, what is the size of change? At this juncture, you're doing what? Impact what? Impact evaluation. Now you have done your impact evaluation. You have documented the impact. For example, the deworming study that I talked about in Kenya that Raila Odinga used to influence policy for all Kenyan children to be dewormed. It also did a cost effectiveness, how much it would cost for families, for governments to invest in offering deworming drugs. And I think it was very peanut, and that's where the government invested. Are we together? So cost effectiveness, given the change in outcomes and cost, how does it compare to alternatives? If we've done an impact evaluation, we've discovered there's an impact, how much does it cost? It costs us 10 billion Kenyan shillings, right, to implement this program. But are there alternatives? What are their costs? Are they cost effective than what we have? You remember OECD DAC criteria? Coherence, relevance, impact, sustainability, effectiveness, and what? Efficiency. Now they are coming into play. Are you seeing the connection? Are you seeing the connection online? Are you following? This is the bigger picture of how we can do program design too. So let's go step by step. Let's start off with needs assessment. What does needs assessment? We are going to start from scratch. Needs assessment. What does needs assessment mean? Needs assessment means understanding the issue and what? The context. We need to understand the issue and the context. First, we ask question, what is the evidence of the problem? You want to design an intervention. You are telling me about the issue organization is facing, right? You want to think about how you can engage competition authorities, something like that, right? For example, what is the evidence of the problem? What is the likely source of the problem? Where is it coming from? Of the solutions already tried, why are they failing? Because if you have identified the problem, have there been any solutions offered? If no, why? If yes, why have they not worked? Are we together? Number two, what groups in the population should be targeted? Who is in the most need? Who needs it the most? For Upbet schools, you know, where do we need them? In the informal setting. So you can't go and build Upbet school in Karen. One time I was passing somewhere in Tanzania and I saw something very funny in the car, and we were driving and my Kenyan friend said, you Gava, African problems have challenges. If you're driving the Namanga Arusha road, there's a place before police checkpoint. They used to have a road sign, so which shows 50, right? It was a bit old. And then if you pass through now, you'll find a new one just in front of the old one. So here there's that thing, so 50 kilometer, that means you should slow down, right? It is here, the old one. If you pass now, I was passing the other day and I was like, what is going on? Who did that? In front of it, there's a new one written 50. So there are two, just next to each other. Then I asked myself, what? This is big results now. You have money, you have to spend. Was there necessary to actually put that thing in front of the other, which was completely new? And this one, the old one, but you can still see 50 in the car you drive. You see that is 50. But because someone wanted money to be spent, right? What I'm trying to say here, who should be targeted? I think they should have moved that 50 somewhere else, not where it was. And probably they would have spent less money just painting the old one. Toto is in the middle of nowhere. What problems and opportunities does the target group face? If it's Upbet schools, if it's slums, if it is disadvantaged children, what is it that they face? If you don't really spend time to understand, to do that needs assessment, to answer these questions, you might probably get the wrong problem, wrong diagnosis. And what challenges remain unaddressed? So needs assessment is the basis of good program what? Design. Because you don't want to design intervention for the sake of it. You want to design an impactful what? Intervention that will touch people's lives. And for it to touch people's lives, you need to understand what gap this society, this Jamii is missing. And you design an intervention that mirrors their need. That will be impactful. Okay? So let's go. So needs assessment can make us rethink the design of our program. Is there any real problem? Problem is not a local priority. Maybe it's something different. What is the real cause of the problem? Different from what was assumed. It is possible that the real cause of the problem is different. The only way you'll know that is through what? Needs assessment. Okay? And basic conditions needed to make the program effective are not in place. The only way you'll be able to do that is only when you do what? Needs assessment. Now don't jump into problems. Do needs assessment. Are we together? Are we together? Now let's use a case study. I want now, these things are easy to be understood using a case study. This is a case study. See, I say development to use photos. Case study, incentives for immunization. What is this project? This is COVID case. COVID's available for free, but people are not what? So we want to know what is it, why people don't take COVID vaccines and they are free. You are being begged by the government, go get vaccinated in Utaki. Why? See, let's use COVID, and this was immunization for children, but let's use COVID as a classic case in our time. How many have been vaccinated in the room? Okay, because you wanted to be vaccinated or because you needed to travel and both. You needed to travel because without which you couldn't travel, right? But so which one is the primer? The primer is to travel. If you had an option, you would not get vaccinated, right? But you realize, no, I can't comply with it. And the government knew where to press. You want to go anywhere? Vaccine. You want to board plane? Vaccine. Right? And at that point, you have to comply. If you want to travel and get per diem, what do? You have to just go and get your shot. You don't like it, get your shot. Even when they're asking us to be tested, it's very, I think I got tested to the point my nose was like, dude, I'm tired. Every other week. At least these days they have reduced, right? Coming in. I remember one time at the peak of COVID, we were going to Ghana, Nigeria. First, to live here, you pay, they come at home, $100. I arrived in Ghana, in Accra, Kolkata, something, you pay $150. On my way back to Kenya, I have to go and get tested because Kenya required, before you enter, you have to be tested 72 hours before, another $150, $400 is gone. We went to Nigeria, $250. So I get tested 100, I land, I get tested 250 at the airport. On my way back, another 250, so that Kenyan authority can let me in. And the government made money. And when you see those clinics that used to test in those countries, they're not government clinics, they're private. Somebody's serious business model. And traffic flow was huge at the airport, they were flocked. And they say, you want to do, there's that vehicle over there. There, you see that one? Yeah, that's where you should go. They have people who will direct you. So let's use COVID as our case. Why people are not taking up vaccines? Because there's a huge complaint in the continent that vaccines uptake are still very low. So we are going to relate with this case. Let's do this assessment, okay? Let's assume we are polling all Africans to find out kwa nini hawataki kuchukua hii vaccine. Why are they saying no to vaccine? So here is our case study. So this was immunization case in India. Parents were given an opportunity to immunize their children, but they didn't for several reasons. And the government was wondering, how comes we are even bringing these things door to door? People are not interested. They complained, COVID this, mobile clinics are there. No one shows up. Why? So we have to do needs assessment. Maybe you designed COVID for yourself or vaccine for yourself and not for them. The malaria and rodent case. Every year, here is the case we're going to study. And with this case, we'll do needs assessment. We'll do all the process of program design all the way to theory of change, okay? Every year, between 2 to 3 million children die from vaccine preventable diseases. We all know, and I'm going to relate with COVID, COVID has killed so many people in the last 2 or 3 years, okay? In this case, vaccine preventable diseases. Just get vaccinated. You can't get, but parents know. They've seen children dying. But only 54% of 1 to 2 years old in India receive the basic package of immunization, BCG, DPP, polio, and measles vaccines. At least 5 visits. So how many so far do we have who have received the uptake? boost vaccines. If you read the statistics, only in Nairobi. Do you know them? It's only if you read the distribution of vaccines uptake, you'll see urban areas and peripherals, those neighborhoods, they are the ones who have taken up vaccines. The others, the further down you go, I'll tell you here, there's no COVID. Yeah, I went to Meru one time. They said, Anthony, there's no COVID here. You enjoy Bana. COVID is in Nairobi. COVID is in Nairobi. Right. You go to Mombasa, they say, oh, yeah. It was in Diani. They say, here, there's no COVID, my friend. But if you want cocaine, tutakupa. If you want to get COVID yourself, fine. But there's no COVID here. And you would want, even in Nairobi, you go to Kayole when they're enforcing masks, go to Kayole and they have bigger things to worry about: food, hunger. And you're telling me to wear a mask. What is wrong with you? Mask does not bring food. And that's why when the Gava was pushing people, wear this, wear that, they would do it in Lavington, Karen, CBD, right? Go to places, mask, no. Because people are worried about other things. Mask is the least of their worries. That's a different conversation. So in India, only for 54%. You would expect, since this immunization are, first there's a big start, 2 to 3 million kids are dying. Very scary, right? And they're dying of diseases that are preventable by vaccine. But still only 54% took up, okay? India, immunization are offered for free, but the immunization rate remains what? Very low. So in rural Rajasthan, this rate is 22%. Why? Yes, why? So the program you want to design is to increase uptake of what? Immunization. But you don't know why it is there, it is free. Only 22% of this community are taking this. You're a researcher, you're a policy analyst, you want to advise. Why? So let's see what would be the typical needs assessment. So you look at both supply side and the demand side. So in this case, and this applies to COVID, supply side factors, average household is within 2 kilometers of the nearest clinic. 2 kilometers, they are walking. Is it close or far? Just to go for short, I'm like, 2 kilometers. That 2 kilometers of walking, I would be Lima, I'll be that opportunity time, the cost of time. By the time I go, I wait, I come back, 5 times visit. I go, I wait, the next month I do. That time I would have done matuta matatu. Maybe I would get a few corn. That's how they work with the math, okay? There's high absenteeism at government health facilities. 45% of auxiliary nurse midwives are absent on any given workday. This is the case in Kenya. There's a study we did on SDI in 2018. You can read the report. It showed absenteeism in facilities, low-level facilities in Kenya ranges from 50 to 60%, and it's very high for doctors. They are not in office. In fact, a follow-up study that we did with Oxford on management issues was to understand why there's this huge absenteeism in Kenyan hospitals. It is real. Read the 2018 SDI report, it's online. Okay? Okay, now you know. And 75 Kenyan doctors make right diagnosis only 75% of the time. 25 to 30% of the time, they make wrong diagnosis. Read the report. You didn't know that, but now you can know. SDI, World Bank Service Delivery Indicators Report 2018 for Kenya. So the supply side issues. Access. The first point is more to do with access. Is it nearby? Is it far? The second one is more of provision of service, right? From the government side. What are the demand side? So this was, if you compare with COVID, this was an issue. Oh, you go, COVID is offered only within certain times, right? Vaccines, right? People were complaining in Nairobi. And I remember one time I went to, is it Langata? And said, now we are closed. Vaccines, they only offered in the morning. Come tomorrow between 2 to 2. And then you're complaining there's no uptake, really. I should leave my job just to rush to be what? vaccinated the first day and I miss it. And you expect me to come back the next day. And then government were complaining there's low vaccines uptake. Make it 24/7 if you want people to go. So people have flexibility to go there at any time. Are we together? Cultural resistance, distrust in public health institutions. Those who have not gone for the very same reasons, like, if I get vaccinated, I will be important. Tanzanian men, that's what they used to say. That was like, no, don't get vaccinated, my friend. My friend, how old are you? Do you have kids? If you have never had kids, don't get vaccinated. Unaweza ukazaa jogoo. There are a lot of myths. Some men were, I remember with my colleagues in Tanzania, which I said, no, I'm not going to get vaccinated, but I still want to enjoy life. So what do you mean enjoying life? I said, those things, you never know, man. I don't want to wake up in the morning and something doesn't stand. Really? Seriously. And those were the conversation. Men were afraid to go get vaccinated for those reasons, right? Because they're like, men are very much afraid. You can take money or anything, but not their importance. Taking their manhood is big deal. So people are there are a lot of myths. In fact, the report that was done by Afrobarometer, the report that was done by Africa CDC, tend to talk about the same things. The myth around vaccines uptake on COVID. You can read those reports online. People don't value immunization short-term costs for long-term invisible benefits. So here they are doing short-term costs for long-term visible what? People don't value immunization. Now I go there, I waste my time, I queue up. But if you get it, you're safe for the next. And then the myth came, Delta variant. There's another variant. You need to get booster. I remember the study that was done by Rwanda Biomedical Center. It showed these boosters. In fact, the uptake, Rwanda, they got almost 99%. Everyone got vaccinated, right? When they offered boosters, they only got turnout like 10%, 15%. And the government was like, what is going on? Well, some reasons say reactions from boosters. Some said, people are tired. Every time to get, right? Does it make any difference? Right now, there's a new variant that has been discovered. Infection rates have gone up. We know that. They're increasing at a very alarming rate. And there's a new variant, Omicron, Delta, there's a word, very long word for the new one. Now we have to just accept. Magufuli said, you guys, this is just a disease like HIV, AIDS. We have lived with it, we got used to it, and life goes on. But because it's business, pharmaceuticals, they want to make money. They hype it. But if you look at other non-communicable diseases that were scary, we have lived with it. Polio, and people are okay. Well, I hope I'm not being recorded. That part needs to be edited. That's for the sake of class. Disclaimer: whoever is recording, if it is retrieved tomorrow, I'm vying for Tanzanian presidents. Disclaimer: I'm saying disclaimer. So it could be limited income. Parents can't afford to take a day off, which is exactly what I said. So the demand side, is it that you ask your employer to go and take COVID vaccines? The other employers will say that is $10 off, my friend. So you'd weigh in $10 COVID vaccine. Am I sick? No. Am I going to die? Everyone is going to die anyway. What the hell? Do I need $10 today to buy food and put food on the table? Yes. Which do you think will be the top priority? Says, could you okay? And you're COVID. Right. And that's how people rationalize things. That's how people make decisions. Okay, so these are underlying issues. So let's say in this case of immunization uptake in Rajasthan where it was low, these were the issues that were discovered to be pressing. After we've done needs assessment, what do we need to do? Remember, we have to develop what? Theory of what? Theory of change. Let's see in this setup, how did they develop theory of change? We are developing now a theory of change. Let me pause there. Does it make any sense to you? Do you see yourself shifting? Have you shifted since Monday? Because if you have not shifted, you're in the wrong place. You shouldn't be here. If no change has happened since Monday to today, I would say, my friend, you need to go to church or to the mosque and pray. Theory of change focuses on the how. So let's say in that needs assessment, we have identified supply side issues, demand side issues, and we know the pressing issues. And we think we can design solution around here, but how is that going to work? What does it do? So theory of change, it focuses on the how. What are the programs and policies? Programs and policies have objectives. Activities are intended to achieve such objectives, right? We all know that. You design activities to respond to the objectives. Theory of change, these are plausible pathways by which program activities can, in principle, achieve objectives. In what ways, if we do this? In what ways, if we train you, we will be able to equip you with the skills on impact evaluation for public policy. We'll use case studies, we'll use examples, we'll use analytical tools, we'll give you textbooks, we'll use videos to explain things, we'll use class discussions to equip you to become an effective impact evaluation analyst or policy analyst. Are we together? Are we together? So what does theory of change include? Theory of change include plausible pathways or assumptions. How do you visualize change to happen? How do you visualize change to manifest? It also includes what are the research questions or hypotheses you're trying to answer? And how are you going to measure success? Indicators of what? Success. Okay. So let me quickly take you through theory of change, and then we'll come back to our example, because I'm going to use that example consistently. So theory of change is what also called results chain, and it answers 3 key questions. If you didn't know about theory of change today, you will know. Number 1, what are the intended results of the program? That's what is right. The question, first question is, what are the intended results? What do you intend to achieve of the intervention you are designing? Are you doing it for the sake of doing it? When they were designing intervention on COVID and they were offering, supplying COVID vaccines, what was the goal? What was the goal? To just, yes, what was, even in Kenya, what was the goal? Is it because the government liked to poke us with the needles? What was the goal? To contain COVID vaccine, COVID spread, right? COVID pandemic spread. That was the goal, okay? Remember the saying they used to have, flatten the curve. I don't know what happened. What happened to that? It disappeared. It came just phew, phew. No more flattening the curve. Who is talking about flattening the curve? I tell you, that's called impact reporting, marketing. Flatten the curve. Everywhere flatten the curve. On computer, the curve flattened. Flatten the curve. And then it just disappeared from the conversation, just like that. And before you know, we started having another slogan, right? People are very clever, and you didn't realize you're being cheated. Right there under your nose. Have you flattened the curve? Oh, go during that period, watch media interviews. Yeah, we have to flatten the curve. Yeah, we have to flatten the curve. Yeah, flatten the curve. It's very important, very the curve. What there? A month down the line, another term called, yeah, we have to, what? So where are you standing? It's well, those in the policy space understand. Sometimes you go with the flow. The flow says this, you have to remain relevant, right? So what are the intended results? And how will we achieve the intended results? How will we achieve the intended? And how will we know we have achieved it? You get? So what do we want to achieve? How will we achieve it? And how will we know we have arrived? Where do we want to go? how do we get there? And how do we know that tumefika? We are here. If you go board SGR, you know now you're in Mombasa. If you see if there's ocean, you say, oh, this is Mombasa, right? Even when you land on a plane, how do you know you've landed? You have landed. Yeah? Fasten your belt, sit tight. Then you start praying first. You say, God, thank you. I remember one time, I tell this story. We were flying from Senegal to Addis. You know, this Boeing 787, eh? And then there was turbulence on the air. First, that is a big plane. And then it swings, woo! You see like you are flying up and down. And it does that for like 15, 20 minutes. That's when you know there's God. That's when you know there's God. I tell you, and so me, I'm like, I look aside, you look aside, everyone is like, so me, I'm just enjoying. When we landed, the moment people got off the plane, they went and sujood al God, thank you. That's when you realize you don't want to die. Another time we were flying to Dar es Salaam, and then the landing gear doesn't come. And then I was just sitting on the same seat, and he's like, oh, it doesn't. I'm like, what? And I see Dar es Salaam, so we're just going around. Every time pilot tried, the landing gear doesn't come. But I hear talking. Hey. So we went around like 10, 15 minutes, 20. My colleagues were sleeping. Me, I'm awake. I'm like, we're in Dar es Salaam. I can see. I see my home is there. The beach is there. Why are we not landing? So we did that for like half an hour. Yeah, we started getting worried. And then the guy is just navigating around the water, you know, Indian Ocean. Yeah, my mind was being prepared. I started sending messages. You start sending wife, password for that bank account is here. In case of anything, you start sending riddles so that they know if this goes down, they can quickly. And then when they tried the last time, it accepted. Oh, when we landed, I said, I don't want to get into that plane again. But things can happen, right? How do we know we've gotten there? Where we want to go? How do we want to go? And how do we know we have arrived? Okay? That's what theory of change does. Now, ask the right questions. You want to develop a good theory of change? Ask the right what? Questions. But in principle, theory of change tries to answer these questions. Where do you want to go? How do you want to get there? And how would you know you have gotten there? Okay? So what is the typical theory of results chain all looks like? So it has layers. It has inputs, it has activities, it has outcomes, and it has long-term outcomes. Are we together? For you to deliver an intervention, you need inputs. You need financial, you need human resources, you need activity, you need people, right? You need materials, you need inputs, okay? But inputs, they don't convert themselves into something tangible. You need activities, actions taken or work performed to convert inputs into what? Output, okay? So for Rajasthan, tutaona, we'll see in the Rajasthan example, what were the inputs and what were the activities that they did. What are the outputs? Project deliverables within the control of implementing agents. This is supply side. So what are the things you can deliver? Outputs. And now you have outcomes. Use of outputs, so you have developed outputs. Those outputs now are used by beneficiaries and stakeholders outside the control of implementing agents. This is what? Demand side. And this is the change, the long-term change that we expect to see. Sometimes the outcomes are divided into immediate, intermediate, and then long-term. Changes in outcomes that have multiple drivers. I'm not done yet. So inputs, budget and staffing. Right. Always budget is number one. What are the activities? Training, studies, construction, for example, depending on the different interventions you're doing. What about outputs? A training plan is completed. If it's cash transfer is what? Delivered. If it's road, road is what? Constructed. If it's school, school is what? It's built. Those are outputs. You've built schools, you have constructed roads, you have done this. They are physical, they are seen. But to what extent that school can transform children's life, that's an outcome, which you cannot directly control because it's third party. Now, what are the outcomes? If it's training completed, you have trained, I've trained. If training, this training is an output. Whether you have used the lessons, the knowledge you have acquired in this class, that's entirely on you. It's not on me. It's an outcome. New practices adopted. If it's road constructed, has the road been used? If it's school built, are kids going to school? If it's hospital built, are school services for use? Are health services, sorry, for use? Are we together? Those are outcomes. Now, if this training, I've trained you, you have adapted the new method on impact evaluation, and you are able to influence policy, that's the long-term outcome. Are we together? So the output here is how many trainings have I done? That's what I'll be assessed on. I've trained 200 people, 400 people, 600 people. That's output, it's on me. I'm the one who is supplying. But what that output has done to people who have received the recipients, that's on you. Now, this training has made you become a better and effective policymaker. Are we together? That's an outcome. But the longer term is because now you're a better policymaker because of the training we offered you that was done here at UON, you are now able to influence policy. You have been able to influence 1 or 2 legislation. That's the long term. And that's the essence of this training. That from here, you are not only equipped with skills to do policy evaluation, you are equipped with the ways in which you can engage to influence policy change. That's the end goal. Are we together? If it's income, for cash transfer, income inequality reduced or poverty reduced. We see remember the Progressa case, cash transfer was meant to reduce poverty basically, right? Because when you improve health, nutrition, and educational outcomes, you're addressing poverty. Has poverty been reduced? If it's an intervention on productive capacity, has labor productivity increased? Progressa is an example because they used to give health, nutrition. Are we together? What does this mean? All the way to outputs is called implementation side. Inputs, activity, and outputs. This is the program. When we say there's a program, there's inputs, activities, and what? And outputs. It's supply side. It's the implementation. It's where the monitoring is done. You can't monitor, I can't monitor the outcomes because they're not on me. I can monitor this side. I can monitor how many training plans have we done, how many students, how many, how was it done? Then this part is what we call process evaluation. Are we together? I think now it answers your question. Process tracing and theory of change. You see the difference? This is what we call process evaluation. This is the supply side. So those who are dealing with programming, this is where there's so much work here. There are so many jobs created. This is where the organization, the implementer, the supplier has so much influence. From outcomes to long-term outcomes, we call what? Results. When donors say we want to see results, because they are giving you this side, they are supporting you this side, expecting to see this side. Are we together? So when we are referring to results, even when we're talking of contribution tracing, results, outcome harvesting, we are referring to outcomes. Do you remember what I said? We are referring to outcomes and long-term outcomes, which is a high order goals, a vision. Higher order goals here we are referring to a vision. Are we together? Are we together? Does it make sense? Let's see an example of a very good results chain. For example, in the education sector, what are the activities? Teachers training, textbook developed. What are the outputs? Teachers trained in new methods, textbook delivered to teachers, right? What are the outcomes? New methods are used by teachers. Increased completion rates because of textbooks, people are reading, people are studying, and they can finish on time. What are the longer term impacts? Increased test score, increased labor productivity because of increased aptitude. Are we together? Let's see on health. Doctor hired, birth attendants trained. That's an activity. How many outputs? New doctors are practicing. That's an output, right? New public policy practitioners are practicing. Attendants are applying new methods or applying methods. What's the outcome? Increased use of health clinics for deliveries. Instead of people delivering home, they go to the hospital, right? Because now there are more doctors. And what do we expect to see in the longer term? Improved maternal what? Mortality. Less children are dying because maternal mortality was an issue in many developing countries. What about social protection and labor? Conditional cash transfers are delivered as an activity. Targeting system or monitoring and information system are set up. Okay? What are the outputs? Conditional cash transfer delivered to the targeted household in accordance with conditions. Send your kids to school, send them to the hospital for regular checkups. Remember? Progressor. And what is the outcomes? Increased food consumption. You remember the Progressor case, right? Increased child health visits. This is an outcome because of these outputs delivered to these families. And what do we expect to see in the longer term? Decreased poverty, lower child what? Mortality. Does it make sense? You see how easy, clear, and straightforward it is? Is it clear? Now, if it's clear, what time is lunch? 1. Let's go back to our immunization example. I took a quick detour so that you can understand theory of change. Do you understand theory of change now? Those online, are you following? Oh, they're sleeping. There's a question. Okay, I can take 1 or 2.
So Martin is asking, since MNE cannot adequately address the impact of a project, how can we tailor it so that it addresses the gap in policy evaluation?
We are answering that. This is exactly what we are answering, right? Because when I showed the theory of change, the results chain, the first supply side is monitoring and evaluation. So it's part and parcel. But when we want to move from output to outcomes, that's impact what? Are we together? From output, input, activities, outputs, there, monitoring. But if you want to jump to measure the extent to which output have influenced outcomes, you are going from supply to demand. That's impact what? Evaluation. To what extent output have caused outcomes, basically. Are we together? Okay. So let's go back to our immunization example. What was the problem again? If you remember, low uptake of what? Vaccines, okay? So let's try to develop theory of change. Theory of change, how could a program in theory fix the problems identified? So first, a few questions. What are the prerequisites to raise immunization rates? What would it take to convince people to take up COVID vaccines? Okay? In this case for India, because it was immunization for children, what would it take to convince parents to take their kids for doses? What would it take? Bearing in mind the supply side and the demand side constraints. You remember them? Bearing on your needs assessment, that is guiding you. Now you're trying to formulate a theory on how do we address the problem, okay? How and why are those requirements currently lacking or failing? Why? How? You have a pen, you jot down things. And then the last big question with two sub-questions, how could a program change these issues? How could it change it? What could change the supply issues, the supply side issues in the needs assessment, remember? And what could change the demand side issues in the needs assessment that you identified? What can be done to change those? What can be done to change those? Okay, are we together? So what are the potential solutions? Let's assume we have identified potential. Here are some of the potential solutions. Remember in the design program, there was that implementation. Remember the first slide, and then there was solution design, and then there was implementation, and then there was what? Evaluation. There are 4 boxes. Okay? So what are the supply side solutions? Strengthen government program by putting stronger mechanisms to address staff absenteeism. This was the case we identified in the needs assessment, remember? Okay. In case of COVID, how do we make nurses and doctors who are offering COVID vaccines stay longer in their stations? Tracking of unimmunized children and providing immunization. Where are they? Look for them. Instead of waiting for them to come to the clinic. Because if it's 2 kilometers away, perhaps it's a high tall order for many families. Can we reach out to them? Imagine if MOH employees were knocking on your door to give you COVID vaccine. Imagine that. I'm sure someone would inject you with water. The study we are doing in Cote d'Ivoire, in Senegal, Malawi, and Zimbabwe on our what we call health ambassadors model. We are working with community health workers. It's an experiment, the randomization. We are training the local health workers in these countries, and we want to use these community health workers to be the source of information on COVID and see whether we'll address mistrust that exists with the government. And we want to, that's one treatment arm. We want to address that hypothesis. The other hypothesis is whether by the fact that you are talking to somebody that you know, that you trust, how much of that will change your behavior towards COVID vaccine uptake. It is so easy to talk to someone that you know and you trust, and they can sway you, they can convince you, right? Than talking to a stranger on TV and telling you, go do these vaccines because there's this and that. You don't know their motive. So I want to test that and see if it will work. It's a study that is ongoing now. Do we need to set immunization camps? Yeah, I was saying, if they were to come to your door to save you the trouble of getting to Matatu, wearing masks, all the chaos, paying your money, because those are the factors that would deter people from where? From going for vaccines. So suppose the government decide to say we are going to do away with this. We know people, hey, KNBS, give us mapping of all the households. We go canvassing door to door. Are you there? We are here for vaccine, the way they do census. Right, we are here for vaccines. We sit down, we explain to you, where is your ID? Take the number, you go on your phone, you verify, is this number valid? Okay. Can I see the batch? Okay, you can inject me. There would be problems, you never know. But that would help, would probably increase uptake, but that is costly. From government planning side, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of huge wage bill, okay? What are the demand side solutions? Information campaigns about benefit of vaccines. Did the government of Kenya and many African governments, did they do enough to provide information campaigns for people to understand? Why is it important? I remember I had one interview with Africa CDC on one of the TV. And I challenged governments. I said, you need to think of the way politicians go and knock, look for votes, do the same for vaccines. But was there enough campaigns? No. Address parents' doubts about adverse effects from immunization. Now this one, you need to have a serious campaign. Tell Tanzanian men, Kenyan men, African men that immunization will not affect your importance. There's nothing, there's no correlation. They'll tell you, In fact, then we started seeing campaigns in Tanzania, for example. They started doing some social ads saying, oh, yesterday I was hot, man. This COVID maneno is doing magic. And imagine there are those who would believe on those things. It would change them. These public narratives. They started using cartoons. And those weird cartoons. What is wrong with this guy? Oh, he didn't have COVID, man. He couldn't perform. So what's the solution here? Go get COVID, you'll perform. And before you know, kids will flock on. I'm sorry to say this. There are so many stupid people out there. And that's why you see public narratives are usually controlled, because you might say one word, it can incite things beyond comprehension. Give people incentives to offset cost of coming for immunization. If you come, you're given food stamp. Hey, I'll be coming every day. I will even call my family. Today, I'll bring one child. Because if I come, I get a food. Tomorrow, if I have 10 children, I will not bring all of them at once. I bring one after the other every day. Are we together? So let's see how can we go about designing for this case? Let's say we have done our needs assessment, we have theorized, and now we want to really put a theory of change on this immunization case. Are we together? So let's see, we have identified one demand side solution and one supply side. One supply side is immunization camps, right? Taking vaccines closer to the household so they don't have to travel far. Are we together? These incentives is the demand side because it's costly, so we are saving their time, their energy, so they can actually go and get vaccinated. So how do we fix this? So we have done situation analysis. Here it says high health worker absenteeism, low perceived value of immunization, families have limited income and time. So this is what we have analyzed in our needs assessment. High health worker absenteeism, immunization camps closer to families. It will address that. The rest, incentives for immunization. Either we give them income, okay? We subsidize them, we incentivize, we entice them to be able to participate. I'm sure if the Kenyan government and many African governments said, for whoever is going to be vaccinated, they'll get $10. I'm sure that people would want to be vaccinated more than once. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is just for ease of clarity, so that you can appreciate how we develop theory of change. These are not optimal solutions. Yes, but you could include the others as well. But maybe that would complicate your theory of change. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, okay? So we just took this, but situation analysis can tell you more. There could be a lot more on the demand side and supply side, okay? And the end goal here is what? Is to increase what? Immunization. Are we together? Our goal is to increase what? Immunization. So what do we put here? That's the question. What do we do move from there to here? Here's an example. So here is the input. Resources for immunization camp. This was a supply side intervention, remember? Which we uncovered, supply side solution, we uncovered from needs assessment. Here is incentive for immunization. This is a demand side. What are the outputs here? Here outputs, because of these inputs, activities is that will build camps, materials for camps, blah, 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 right? Here you have camps are reliably open on certain dates. for vaccines. That's an output. Are we together? That's an output. Because if you want to create immunization camps, they have to come and camp, like the way Safaricom fiber, home fiber comes. You know, they go to a estate, they find a corner, they put a tent, they sit there waiting for you. They would have one person going around with flyers to just incentivize you. When you, by the gate, you see them. Oh, you can pull over the same way this expressway, they did. Here in Lavington, you pull over, they'll, hey, do you want this kamashine? Instead of paying cash, says. One day I passed, I'm like, okay. The second day, the third, I was like, okay, they nudged me. Okay, sure, you can pull over here, sir. And you know, you can put 5K and you get 5% off. Huh? I still get 5% off by virtue of using this. What are you trying to tell me? I said, no, 5K is good. I'll also get bonus. Ah. Then you know, there's business acumen here. Okay, I reward that one. I will reward. I'll pay 5K because you're not only selling for the organization, you're selling for yourself. That being smart. So, what are the output here? Output incentives are delivered to parents. What could be the incentives? Money, T-shirts. You know, in Tanzania, in many Kenya, you advance. Tanzania, they would have those CCM T-shirt, kanga, CCM kofia, and they would, that's the incentive. Hey, CCM, everyone is green, yellow. Okay, that is an output for a propaganda analyst of CCM who targets to sway people. That's a deliverable KPI for him or her. Because they have to, how many kofia did you distribute? How many T-shirts did you distribute? Because they don't produce just, they produce mass, but with a number in mind. In this part of the country, we're going to, so that it is green and yellow. Okay? Whether that kofia will convert people into votes, whether those kofia will convert into votes, it's a different conversation. Okay? And then what are the outcomes? The outcomes we expect to see is parents bring children to the camp. And how do we theorize it to happen? If you bring camps close to them, it will be easy for them to go and get immunized. If you give them incentives, that's the theory behind it, how we are going to fix the problem. Bring camps closer to them, it will be easy for them to go, it won't be a cumbersome exercise. Give them incentives, they don't have to incur money from their pocket to get immunized. Are we together? They don't have to lose their income because they are compensated. When you give such incentives, we expect parents will be enticed and incentivized to bring children to the camps and get what? Immunized. And what is this is the immediate outcome. The intermediate outcome, parents brings children to the camps repeatedly. Because as I said, incentives mara kwanza, oh, can I come next? Yeah, no, this is 5 times. The next time they won't ask. At 8 sharp, they're there. Right, because they know what they're gonna get. They got the incentives. But what we need to see as an end goal is a full, in what? Full immunization. Are we together? Full what? Full immunization. Does it make sense? Is this clear? Or is this confusing? Is this clear? Are we together? All right. I think it's 1. We still have a long way to go. We are not there yet. There are questions, please. Before we break for lunch, when we come back, we'll continue with this. It's very practical if you're paying attention. Eh? Now it's no more discontinuity. Now it's real, relating to issues. Yes, what the question say?
It's from Elma, although I'm not so sure her first question, but she also asks, what is the ethical stance of evaluators, or does one have to leave that out completely? Elma, maybe would you want to elaborate the first part as we respond to the second?
What are the ethical stands for evaluators? I mean, what are the ethical expectations, right? There are many, but I will answer those during the session on data collection? What are the ethical considerations you need to have? And I'll also try to respond on evaluation. So in other words, I'm incentivizing you to stay until the last day. Okay?
Now, two questions. One, in the process, in an ideal situation, what you have presented, ideally, that is what's supposed to happen. So how do you deal with maybe challenges that might come up during that process? That's one. Then two, from the onset, when we are trying to identify the problem, can we use baseline survey to be able to identify the problem?
Okay. Yes, you can. Needs assessment is broad. You can think of anyhow that will be useful for you to understand what is the issue, right? There's no limit on what you can do, what information you can use, what data you can use. You can use many potential sources of information to make sense of what needs assessment is. Now, what are the challenges? There are so many. So again, I would want to leave this at context. Context matters. There's no universal codified challenges that you would encounter. They're all context specific. And how you would navigate them, it depends on the context. It depends on what you're being confronted with. There's no universal answer for sure. But maybe we'll talk more on the next part, where we'll try to think about what are the challenges here and how can we navigate in this context. But this is a health project. If it's an agricultural project, if it's an education project, if it's, I don't know, projects are nuanced and they are very much context what? Specific. So solutions and challenges you encounter are not universal. They are very context what? Specific. Okay. Any other question?
So she's trying to elaborate. It's more about biases, especially when you're doing like the needs assessment or planning on what program to implement. What advice can you give in terms of being subjective? If it's a government funded or if it's a donor funded study, how can you be subjective to avoid biases in what you want?
How can you be objective? Because
Yes.
if you're subjective,
yeah, how can you be objective?
How can you be objective? Okay, to avoid bias. Well, at that, impartiality is a very rare commodity. We are all biased in one way or the other. Either the way we grew up, the way we were raised, the way the environment has shaped us, we have an inherent bias. But I think I would like to answer that question by you being aware of your own inherent biases vis-a-vis what you intend to achieve. Biases will be there. You're dealing with government people, maybe they're your friends. If it's Kenya Kwanza, you're a Kenya Kwanza aficionado, obviously you'll be biased. Your thinking will be in a certain direction because we don't live in isolation. But I think the question is, how do we exercise objectivity despite all the influences that we might have? And I think for me, when you're designing a program, being open-minded and being clear in terms of setting the targets and trying to minimize as much as possible when your mind is distracted and getting some influences, or maybe, kule kwetu, we could have done this. And this is why when we do program design, it's good to work in multiple teams and people coming from different backgrounds, because those shaped alleviate, of course, they can exacerbate biases and it can create tensions. But most often, my experience working with multiple teams is you leverage on different experiences and really design becomes more balanced. Okay? So don't sit in your room and try to design on your own. Obviously, you'll be influenced. Or don't do the designing with a hubby or a partner on a vacation. When you're too happy, it's a problem. When you're too sad, it's a problem. You have to be somewhere in the middle. Okay? Any other? Okay, so as usual, let's do lunch. Today we can come back at, today is when? Let's come back at 2, 55 minutes so that we have lunch, we can breathe. Should we come back at 2? And then see how much, I'll try to push to finish what I've intended to finish today. So tomorrow we can go back to our numbers. And then maybe I'll open for charts later once we finish. Okay? All right, enjoy your lunch.
Because you me. Because you me. Because you me. Because you because you me. 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 Because you mean so much to me. Because you because you mean so much to me. 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 Because you this ocean, traveling in slow motion, paddling with no question, early morning with the sun, got you burning innocent, trying to be a good son, myself 100%. Oh. Inside, somewhere inside, I should reach there. Skyline, skyline, I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline, I wish I reached that skyline. Skyline, I'm gonna reach that skyline. Skyline. Endless struggles to go through. They're strewn in the city. They struggle to be true. Betraying authenticity. Was well around the still. I'll take another round. Or another ride until to come from the ground. I feel it inside. Wanna reach that. Somewhere inside. We should reach that. Reach that skyline. Skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline. I wish I reached that skyline. Skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline.
something that I should tell you.
So up until now, we have developed what? Theory of change. Now, our challenge was also what? What was the issue there? Now, how do we make the program work? Process evaluation or what? Monitoring, right? And we are going to go back to our immunization example. We did need assessment. We developed a theory on the immunization case, right? Now we have a theory because we know the problem. We have already hypothesized, theorized on how we see the solutions can fix the problem, right? We have now a theory of change. How are we going to make the program work? Once you've developed theory of change, is it enough? Because the first part needs assessment was more of designing, thinking, right? The second part of theory of change was more of solution, right? The third part in the overall program design is what? Implementation. How do we make the program work? So let's go to our immunization example. Our immunization example. You remember immunization? What was the issue? Low uptake of immunization where? In India. What were the solutions we had in the theory of change? Incentives and building of what? Camps, right? Good. So we have already theorized solutions and we have a theoretical understanding of how we expect solutions to manifest into what we want to see as an impact, right? We have put that nicely in our theory of change. Now, how do we deliver it? So what we are going to talk about process evaluation. Process evaluation, remember I said, do you remember the results change from inputs, activities to where? To output. So what are the things that we need to deliver? Now that we know two solutions. We know what is the first solution? Camps. What is the second solution? Incentives. How do we deliver camps and how do we deliver incentives for them to work in the way we have hypothesized in the theory of change? Are we together? So first, key implementation steps to monitor. Establish camps. Establishing camp may be easy, but camp in themselves, they're nothing. What do we need for camps? Nurses and what? Administrators. Okay? So we need to hire nurses. That's how do we make the program work. When we say establish camps, it doesn't mean we have to go and put a tent and then we forget. That tent needs to be manned. It needs human resource. It needs facilities. It needs equipment, right? So hiring nurses and administrators, installing temporary campsite, and procuring vaccines and other medical supplies. So this is how we can make the program work from the supply side, which is what? Building what? Camps. What about incentive scheme? So organized incentive scheme, one is to identify viable incentives. Should it be food handout? Should it be airtime handout? Should it be compensation for their time to come to the facility, to the camp for vaccination? Are we together? There should be some way of compensating them for their time, incentivizing them. Is it purchase a kilo of food and dinner plate sets that when they come, after they get vaccinated, they given a bag of rice, mfuko wa unga, right? But that don't give them mfuko wa unga before. They will turn around there. You give them, you enter, you get vaccinated, you eat this way, you get they have to go through here, right? If you give them before, they will turn around, they'll get sick suddenly and get the unga and go. Yes. Use this so that others online can hear. Switch it on.
Okay, I remember the way we used to do blood donations in high schools, and also the way we used to be given soda after we have donated
Yes.
blood itself.
Imagine if they had given you soda before you donated. Are you also suggesting you went to donate blood because you knew you'll get soda? Eh? Is that what you're saying? Because otherwise you would only drink soda during Christmas. I remember those days we were growing up. You see chicken pilau on Christmas. That day you don't go far to pray. Yeah? You're roving around the house. Eh? Mommy, I'm coming in. Yeah? Are you there? Eh? You go there. Mom, did you ask me to do something? Huh? You don't want to stay far away from the goalpost. The other days you'd go and pray, no one cares. But the day you know there's chicken and rice. In Kenya, I know it's chapo. Someone was telling me when chapo is cooked in the house, you don't stay far. You stay around. In Tanzania, where I grew up, it was pilau. The day pilau is cooked, the entire street. Yeah. That smell, where is it coming from? You know, you're my best friend. Eh? Can I come home today? They'll be friending you. Okay. What are the demand side? Beneficiary compliance. Do parents visit the camps? Do they come back 5 times to complete the cycle? Because the cycle is what? 5 times, right? So we need to also think about this. How do we induce beneficiary what? Compliance, that they can come the first time, second time, third time, fourth, until the last time. So how do we make that happen? When we think about process evaluation, these are the things we need to put into consideration. Once we have theorized in a very nice theory of change, it's not enough. We need to start asking, how do we make it work? And how are we going to measure it? How do we know we have delivered? So first, hiring nurses. How many nurses do we want to hire? This is where monitoring and evaluation comes in. Right? How many nurses do we need to hire? What caliber? If equipment, medical supplies, what kind? Where do we source it from? Procurement comes in. I don't know, whatever. And how many do we need them? If we have not gotten them, where do we get them? And once we have them, how many have been used? It's process tracking, process evaluation. If it's food handout should be correlated with the, what should it be correlated with? Vaccines uptake. Because otherwise, if you see food handout finishing and vaccines are still the same, you know, these employees, there's something they're doing here. Something is off. Because if you have to go through, get vaccinated, and then you get your bag of unga, right? But suddenly you see those bottles of vaccines are still the same, but the unga is going. Then you start asking yourself questions. Because what I would expect, if one person passes a child, one pack of unga, one child, one pack of unga, right? So as more children are vaccinated, the bottles of vaccines, they're also going away, right? If you had 100, that means 100 children. But the bottles of vaccines are 100 and the bottles of unga are 50. So monitoring can be tied to also check compliance on those things. So that means the unga is going faster than the vaccines. So perhaps there's another objective here to address, and not necessarily vaccines. Are we together? Okay. Now, what did I say after? Because we had steps: conceptualization, needs assessment, theory of change, process evaluation, and then impact evaluation, right? Remember what is impact evaluation? When you are moving from outputs to outcomes. You are jumping from the supply side to the demand side. The supply side is implementation. Now that you have delivered the outputs, you are asking yourselves, to what extent these outputs will amount to changes in the outcomes. You can't answer that question. Monitoring and evaluation cannot answer that question. That's what I said yesterday. Now you understand. It's the cause and effect. Now that you have built, you have done all the, we have built camps, you have put all the incentives. To what extent such incentives will change behavior of parents so they can bring more of their children for vaccination? That's a different question that MND cannot answer. That's the question monitor impact evaluation can what? Can answer. Are we together? So let's see in this case, what will be the possibilities? So impact evaluation, you have done how program works, you have built camps, you have hired nurses and administrators, you have bought medicines. Has it worked? And parents came, they got vaccinated, their children got vaccinated, they got a bag of unga. Has it worked? That's the question you need to ask, because up to that point, donors has given you so much money, because at that point you're burning donors' money. You're burning, money is going. Now, after that, now that you've banned, people have been vaccinated, then the donor asks you, tell us the results. Has it worked? How many did you vaccinate? And has these vaccine diseases that can be, have they gone down? Have children mortality rate improved? Can you answer that with monitoring and evaluation? No way. That's when you need to think, should I randomize? Should I do difference in difference? Should I do process tracing? Should I, questions start popping in. Most often before this training, probably you used to say, oh yeah, we saw before it was this, now it is that. Yes, there's impact, And then if you want to know that there was no impact, somebody will speak, will toa macho yote like that. And there will be very big pitch. Yes, I know, I agree, totally agree. What are you agreeing on? See, you just said we agree to each other. I said, so what exactly are we agreeing on? Oh, your point. What my point? What is my point? Oh, yes, it's about the impact. What impact are we talking about? And they realize, oh, this guy is out for blood. By the way, you don't have to be hard. This is easy, man. Don't make life complicated. And you measure room temperature, you realize somebody's profusely sweating. And then you just decide to slow and say, I don't want someone to collapse here and this to be on me. What I'm trying to say here, and you might probably, for those who have not been in the decision-making processes, you might not see now, but now you'll be more open-minded to see these things, how they play out. And I am very much convinced that you'll be able to ask the right questions. You'll be able to contribute meaningfully. You'll be able to give ideas, now thinking from a different perspective. So measuring how well it worked. This is impact evaluation. And what are we looking for? Impact evaluation, questions answered by impact evaluation. What is the impact of the program? That's what the donor will ask you. And these days when you're designing proposal, they want you to start visualizing. How do we know that your proposed impact will achieve impact? Your proposed intervention will achieve impact. These days, any donor, when you write proposal, they ask that. They might not have the definitive answer, but they want to see whether you have thought through properly value for money. That if they invest this money in these interventions and activities that they're proposing, oh, human resource will be this, I need this budget. And how do we know that we'll have achieved our goal? This is the third question. How do we know that we have arrived? The first question is, what are the intended objectives? How do we achieve them? And how do we know that we are there? How do you know that the project has worked? That last question in the theory of change is impact what? Evaluation. So what is the impact of a program, specific intervention or package of interventions? Which element of the program matter the most? Remember when we were talking about multiple intervention treatments, one training, one financial support, one a combination of both, right? This is exactly that. Which one matters the most? Is it the training, or is it the financial support, or is it a combination of both? Is it the camps? Is it the incentives, or both? Are we together? Okay. And which of alternative strategies should we pursue? How do we get to deliver them? What are the alternative strategies that we should pursue? Okay. Online, are you following? And if are they saying yes, or they are sleeping? Okay. Are we together, good people? Now, let's go to our immunization example. Let's go to our what? Immunization example. Are we still following the immunization? See, this is cases, we have done it, we have broken it step by step. Now you understand the whole thing. You can actually go and tell the government of Kenya, no, you want to design COVID vaccine. This is how we can do it. Okay. Let's go back to it. How can we measure impact? Which is the best question for an impact evaluation? I want you guys to answer, both here and online. What percentage of 3-year-old children in Rajasthan are not fully immunized? What is the correlation between regular immunization camps and immunization rates? Does holding regular immunization camps and providing incentives to parents improve immunization rates of children? Which one? How many are saying A? How many are saying B? How many are saying C? How many have no clue? They are completely lost. Online. Yes, the answer is C. Cause, effect. Remember that? Cause, effect. Okay. The others, are they framed in the cause effect way? The answer is no. All right, let's bring things into perspective. After reading theories, let's now take them into reality. And I'm going to have an example, a very interesting one. Did the program project work? So it's one thing to say, how do we know we are there? But why and how did we get there? What do we intend to achieve? How do we intend to achieve? How do we know we have achieved, we have arrived? And why have we arrived? So it's one thing to say the project has worked. Immunization take-up has increased. But the fundamental question, why has it worked? Lessons learned. You see, MEL, monitoring, evaluation, and what? Learning. Why has it worked? Why is uptake now increasing? You might think it's because of the intervention you have done, only to realize there's something completely what? Different. So don't get satisfied that it is working and how it has worked. Why has it worked? Because the why will determine whether you're scaling up or you're scaling or you're remaining constant. Okay? Did the program project work? Yes. If no, you don't even ask why. Okay, you can ask why. Why did it not work? And why did it work? Lessons learned. What worked and what did not work. Most often in projects these days, most donors are pushing also to learning what did not work. In the past, we would conjecture stories, so much so we also show that it has worked, because that was the premise of why donor would give you money. You want to show impact, you would force. But these days, donors have become very clever. They would ask you, tell us what did not work. This all is massaged, very nice. But okay, between you and me, tell me, what is it that did not work? You're not including in this report. When the donor tells you that and they're doing this, you're finished. Because they know. So in your report, these days they encourage also to capture lessons of why it has worked and also why it has not worked. Okay? So what am I trying to draw your attention to? Not only ask, did the program work, but also ask, why did it work? Very important. You have done all your nice difference in difference, your regression discontinuity. You have discovered the effect is 10 percentage points, statistically significant. But why? That's when you do qualitative issues. You get context. Very important. And this is where I said multidisciplinarity in terms of analysis is very important. Because if you look at it from quantitative side, you miss out the context. Quantitative will give you the magnitude of the impact. What will it tell you a story around why the magnitude is 10 or 5 or 10? No. Are we together? So economists online, please have some respect for the other disciplines. You know, some of us, some of the economists, and I would say this with a huge dose of humility, because I know economists are very arrogant. We know ourselves. Then to look at others, what are you studying? Eh? There's no model. You are wasting my time. But I think with all these conversations, we need to also learn to listen to the other disciplines, right? Because there is something they bring to the table. Why should we care about the why? The why helps us to improve the project if it didn't work, or decide how to scale up the project if it did what? Work. Are we together? The only way we'll say scale up or revise the project is after you have answered the why. So here, what should we do then? What should we do then? Number one, break down all steps leading from implementation of the program to the final results it hopes to achieve. We're talking of program design. Break down everything. Think of every step from the implementation of the program to the final results it hopes to what? To achieve. List down all the assumptions you need to make for the program to reach its what? Its objective. What are you assuming? Don't just make this pompous, imaginary. Put it down. Document everything. Why do you think this pathway will get there? What are you assuming? From immunization, as I mentioned, immunization and CAMS are expected, immunization to incentivize parents, or incentive to incentivize parents, comes to bring services closer to household, to families, right? These should, the assumption is if you build camp closer to the household, they won't find it difficult to travel to come and do. They don't have to travel long distances to come and get access to vaccines. You're making vaccines accessible to them. That's the assumption. And you should expect uptake to increase. Other factors remain the same. If you complement it with incentives, even if it comes close to home, if there's no incentive, parent will still find an excuse. The assumption is that a combination of camps, which brings access closer to home, with incentives, which changes behavioral response from the parents, should lead to high vaccines immunization take-up. Are we together? Does it make sense? And then find out precise ways to measure the results of the program and also the intermediate steps. Now, do you want to use difference in difference? Do you want to use randomization? Do you want to use regression discontinuity? Do you want to use contribution tracing? Do you want to use, that's your problem now. Me, I'm done. My job is done. And do all this before the evaluation starts. This is the thinking. Are we together? This is the what? In economics now, if you want to do a randomization, the requirement in the field is to do what we call pre-analysis plan. You envision everything from the beginning to the end of the project. What analysis you run, what regression, what variables you collect, pre-analysis what? And it removes what I called cherry picking and p-hacking. Okay? Okay? So let's go see a practical example. A hand wash program. Okay? A hand washing what? Program. Let's see. The problem we were trying to address here. What is it? So here, let's look at the photo. What do you see? First, these ones are washing their clothes. What are these ones doing? Eh? Helping themselves, right? And what do you see there? Eh? Toilet, right? So whatever is going there, where does it go? And this guy is, you know, those who grew up in rural areas, eh? And there's no toilet paper, by the way. Toilet paper is natural grass. You do your business and then you sit. You pack, you go. So, ole wako, if there's a thorn, suddenly if you pick the wrong grasses, these youngsters don't understand. They're used, mommy, I need toilet paper. But those who grew in the village, they know that, right? You find a bush, you do your business, you find grasses, you go home. Now, if you find the wrong grass, some of these grasses they're itchy. I take you back in memory lane. It's true. We grew up in such settings. We relate. I relate, so I know. So let's look at this hypothetical case. We want to implement this results change sanitation program. What are the facts which are hypothetical? 1, child mortality rate is relatively what? Very high. 2, most of the deaths come from diarrhea, which is easily what? Preventable, okay? 3, the risk of diarrhea can be reduced by 48% if people simply wash their hands. You can tell what intervention would look like, hand washing program, right? Citizens don't have clean water to wash their hands. Taps, hand washing facilities are what? Needed. The government want to evaluate the program first before they decide to scale it up. So they want to pilot it, okay? Are we together? Do we have the hypothetical facts right? Good. But this is the reality of this village. Okay? This is the reality of this village. So what is the solution to the problem? What do we know the solution is? What is the solution? Providing clean what? The solution is to provide clean water. Now let's try. Do we all have a sense of the problem, right? We are going to develop theory of change, a results chain, and see what comes out of it. So how would the full result chain look like? First, we would ask, what is the program? What does this program hope to achieve? How does this program expect to achieve this impact? What is the impact? Reduction in mortality rates, diarrhea, blah, 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 blah. How? By building what? Are we together? Let's see how it looks like. So here's the program. Remember, I said the program has input activities and what? All over. This is what program people do. When you say I'm in program, you are either an input, we are all inputs. In one way, we are human resource, we are inputs. So we are to get inputs to the farm. You are also an input. And activities, what do? I train, I'm an input, my activity is to train. The output is to do 10 trainings. In this case, our inputs are people, money, supplies. Our activities are construction of these taps, and then our hand washing facilities. Output is to get hand washing facilities where people can go and wash their hands, because we know in that hypothetical facts, 48% of the disease will be reduced by what? Just washing your hands. What is the intermediate outcome? We expect, once you have set a docket where people can wash their hands, it's like the borehole, right? We'll set borehole there, the community around there, they will come and pump, right? So here we expect people to wash hands. And we also expect less germs on what? On hands. But washing hand is one thing, and washing hand is another thing. Kuosha mkono na kuosha mkono ni vitu tofauti. That's kind of confusing. I'm washing my hand, and I am washing my hands. See, remember the other day on KTN, that guy on a suit, and KTN, the doctor was teaching people on how to wash hands. Did you guys watch that? You should go and Google on YouTube. First, they give him a bowl, bakuli. KTN, that show they did not think through properly. And he was a big guy with a big belly and on a tie. And then, you know, they have those, when you go on studio, they have those small chairs. You sit, you put your leg over, you're so comfortable. And then they bring water for you to show how to wash your hands properly. So the guy was struggling first to hold the tie. And then when he was tikisering like this, the tummy is also dancing. So I'm sure people were confused. Are we watching this? The tummy dancing or hands being washed? Are we together? But he was trying to show how to properly wash your hands. Are we together? But that, we'll see whether that could be an issue in terms of this project. What are the outcomes? Lower diarrhea and anemia, lower infant mortality rates, improved child development. Because if you are consistently affected by diarrhea, my friend, you might end up being stunted. Oh my God, this Ugonja, my son is sick. Every day the kid is sick. And then you expect them to grow up to be tall. It's by the grace of God. Maybe genetics can play. Okay, I'm not saying all short, even in Europe, they have short people. It's not only in Africa. Okay? Suppose, yes. Yeah. Pause right there. Just wait. Yes, we will come to you. You have a question, not had a question. You have a question now. Yes. Long-term outcomes. Outputs, they're covered under the program. Oh, you didn't see that. They were here. I just condensed. That's why I said the program is the implementation side, the supply side. I was mentioning we are all programs. Here, outputs are here. You see, they're in here. This is the supply side, the program. From here to here is the demand, the results, right? I just condensed them. I represented them differently. Okay? I will come to your question. And here we are. If we only measured infant mortality rates and there was no change, what does this tell us? In this hypothetical case, what was the problem? Infant mortality, diarrhea, stunting, all the problems that are likely to get, young people, children are likely to get. Why? Because they don't have access to clean water. Suppose you have implemented clean water project, put tap every 10 house, there's a tap so that you don't have to walk far to get water. So to avoid sextortion that I mentioned in the morning. And then we went and measured to see whether this has had an impact in diarrhea, right? And we find that it didn't. And infant mortality did not go down. What does it mean? In other words, I'm trying to draw your attention to the fact that you might even measure an impact and you should not find an impact for several reasons. And that is where thinking is needed. Why? Remember the why. The bottom line I'm saying, ask not only what, but why. If the program did not work, why? If the program worked, why? So it could, maybe because, and of course, and measure it. If it didn't work, why? If it worked, why? And measure it. Here, the reason why the project did not work, perhaps because people did not use the tap properly. Imagine ways where you can misuse the tap. Your hands are dirty, you open, and then you touch, water is contaminated, right? That's one way. It could also be because people did not wash their hands properly, not knowing properly how to wash their hands. Yes, the intervention was there. Yes, the taps were by the door of every household. Yes, water was clean, but hands were not washed properly. Because washing hands, that's why I was talking about my KTN example. It's not like this, you're done. You're supposed to properly. Have you seen those guys before they go to the operating surgery room? They do like this and then they don't touch anything. They have to be the gown, someone has to, put it on them. So they are not contaminated because they're avoiding a risk where any tiny bacteria can contaminate and they're going to chanja you, that can go in there, cause another infection. Are we together? That's why they are very careful. Okay? So if people did not know, it could also be because maybe the problem was something else and not diarrhea. Are we together? But ask why and measure. Did I answer your question? Are we together? Are we together? Good people. Very important. Any question? Let me pause there. This is heavier. I want to shift gear to something else now. Kichwa sio tumbo. I keep saying that. Kichwa sio? Yeah. I see faces, people are looking sleepy suddenly. This is short. This is usually a course in itself. But we don't have the time. Because here we need Excel, plug this, calculate NPV, bring it back, do this, do that. I will not do that. I'll just give you a story. What does cost benefit analysis mean? What does cost effective analysis mean? What are the advantages possibly? And we will stop there. Next time when we offer this course, I'll think maybe expanding materials here. Okay? Today is more like an intro. Are we together? So far, before anyone who is not following. Anyone who is following. Are you following? Does it relate to your reality? It doesn't have to be this, but it has to be somewhere close to your neighborhood. Is it? Yeah? If you're a student, you're thinking of your master's thesis, do you see possibilities of writing a very path-breaking thesis? You see those? Don't just go to the library and copy and paste. Now you can write thesis, even your supervisor will wonder, no, this is not possible. It's not, you can't do this. Most often professors do that. If it's beyond their reach. No, you can't do this. How? How can't you do this? I was privileged. My doctoral thesis was my own ingenuity, invention of the topics that I wanted to do. My supervisor like, okay, run with it. Knock yourself out. I will review. I'll help you. And I owned the process, right? These days, professor, you have to do it this way because that's the methodology they know. They confine you. Right? It's a systemic issue in Africa. It needs to change along the way. And students, it limits our ability to see the world in different perspectives. You come with great research ideas, but your supervisor, that's why they say you have to be careful who you're choosing as your supervisor. Because supervisors are people who are going to mentor you in many ways after your academic career. So as a supervisor, I would want to support your growth. I would want to, I am not going to do anything for you. I will guide you. You are going to do everything yourself. So don't come and ask me to be a supervisor. Just know, I will not do anything. You are going to do everything yourself. My job will be to provide guidance, to ask questions and point you, this is where the literature is. This is not how you should do it. Think about this, think about that. When I read your paper, your thesis, I should be convinced that and be comfortable to say, send it out for someone else to read. But you're going to do to put your damn good work. Well, me, I'm not, I did put my 99.9. Are we together? And with that, I will give you space to be inventive, to apply yourself, to read, to own the space. And that's what it really requires in terms of increasing invention in the research. That is missing in many African institutions. Because I was trained in this approach. This is the only approach I know. Whoever I am supervising, they must use that approach. Short of that, you don't know anything. I cannot supervise you. That's a huge flawed thinking in our academia. It's because capacity. But we need also professors to be multidisciplinary, to be open-minded, and students not to be confined, because there's what we call team, trans, inter, and multidisciplinary. And that's why at the doctoral level, dissertation committee, the thesis committee, you have main supervisor, you have someone else with a different skill set to complement your work. Some of them, they have 3 or 4 supervisors, because each is complementing, because they are different in terms of their skill sets. So as a student who is being co-supervised by all these people who are experts in their own merit, it stretches you a bit, but it also enriches you because you have different perspective from different supervisors. Okay. Cost benefit analysis and cost effectiveness, essential for evidence-based policy making. Okay, let's start. What is cost benefit analysis? You compare cost and benefits, right? Then we go home. See, cost benefit analysis. What is the cost? What is the benefit? I know the cost, I know the benefit. I go home. My job is done, right? But what is it exactly? Cost benefit analysis includes 2 key components. What is the cost of the program? Human resource, for example, the immunization. Remember, the intervention camps. What would it cost? How much will it cost us to set up camps? If it's incentives, how much money do we need to buy bags of unga and food? The human cost, the resources that you need, and the opportunity cost, the contribution cost in kind. Are we together? These days, donors, when they share with you template for reporting or for developing budget, they also account for in-kind contribution. Are we together? They're all costs. And then compare costs with benefits of what? Of the program. Now, benefits in monetary terms. What are the benefits of immunizing 1 child to a country? Now you have to do a little bit of extrapolations. What's the cost of human capital? How much they contribute per capita? If this person is, you understand? And you're benchmarking that on the idea that, or the assumption that if this child is healthy, they'll grow better, they'll be productive human beings, blah, 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 blah. And they'll be good citizens to contribute to the economies. That's why there's this intervention in the first place. The government invests because they know 10 years down the line, 20 years, this will be the youth who will be the one driving the economy. So here we are looking at what are the costs and what are the benefits. You need finance people here. This is purely quantitative. And these costs are futuristic. You need to do net present value calculations. How much do they cost today? So that you're able to compare with actual costs today. Some of these benefits might not accrue immediately. Some of these benefits will accrue after a certain period of time, right? So you need to be able to foresee them, quantify them, bring them today, present value, compare with cost and weigh in. If costs are higher than benefits, what do? That's the simple decision-making process. But sometimes some interventions have higher costs and less benefit, and they're done for humanitarian grounds. Are we together? So, but that will be on you. That scene will be on you. I will not share that scene with you. Cost effectiveness analysis. How do we do cost effectiveness analysis? So we have invested in this program. The immunization. We have built camps. We have given incentives, right? And we know it costed us this much to run the program, to deliver what we wanted to deliver. But are there alternatives that would probably cost less and achieve the same desired result? Are we together? So when we think of cost effectiveness, we are looking at alternatives that would otherwise be pursued to achieve the same impact level, but with less costs. This is very important when we are answering the question of sustainability. Remember OECD DAC criteria? Sustainability. Cost benefit analysis would probably answer more of efficiency. How do we use resources? Sustainability and effectiveness could be answered partly by cost effectiveness analysis. So how effective is the program? Here on the cost, you're looking at the qualitative costs and benefits of what? Of the program. If we had used a different approach, would we be able to achieve the same results? But what would have been the cost? Trade-offs, right? What are the alternatives out there? Are we together? I said I don't want to go deeper into this because it is a subject in itself. And I didn't want to dilute this conversation. But I think in the future courses, I'll prepare materials on these two areas because now they are coming up. They're very important. But now if I start getting into the cost effectiveness, cost analysis, big programs, it's a whole day conversation. But next time we'll do that. The only way I guarantee you come back next time is just put a nudge. Next time you see the advert, you'll be the first one to like and register, right? How do you think I make sure a donor gives money? If you're not registering, yeah? We are irrelevant. We are relevant because of you. And thank you for that. Okay, let's go to the last part of this lecture. I thought qualitative stuff are faster. Hey, they're longer. You talk too much. Eh? See, yesterday by this time I've done 5 methods, right? Because they're numbers, modo, kidogo, ta, ta, ta. But here I have to talk because it's qualitative now. Identifying and measuring good indicators. How do we know we have arrived? Remember? And how do we develop good indicators? We don't just develop indicators from nowhere. We develop good indicators from the theory of what? Of change, from our results chain. We ask questions from the results what? Our results chain, okay? So we are going to use results chain to generate research questions and indicators. Are you together? So when I say develop indicators, here indicators will be, how does it relate to the theory of change? Because that indicator tomorrow when you measure, it has to be within the framework of what? The theory of change. Are we together? So first, they are generated from each step of the results chain. Good questions, hypothesis, the questions you need to ask, the indicators you need to develop, they are developed from each step of the results chain. What are the steps? Input, activities, output, outcomes, long-term impact. Are we together? Information campaigns on, let's go for an example, information campaigns on breastfeeding. Questions, how many mothers participated in session? This is an output, remember? But an output that will give you an indicator. A question framed from an output that will give you what? An indicator that you can track over time. This month, 10 mothers, next month, 12 mothers, 12, it's going down. Why are these mothers not coming to the hospital? Let me tell you a story. Again, it's a true story in Kenya. So those who are coming that side, if I mention, please forgive me. But the beauty of traveling and being on the field, you're learning a lot. And every time, the only time I'm fascinated is either when I teach or when I'm in the field. Because I observe everything, it's just amazing. It's like, wow, what is explaining that? Hey, wow, did you see that? It's like my mind is stimulated all the time. So we went to Siaya County Hospital. No, we started Kakamega, then Siaya. For those who don't know, Siaya is one of the counties in Western Kenya. So I went to Siaya. First, we got somewhere, we ate samaki, met the governor, had chats, and then we went to the hospital. One of the modules in that SDI survey was on family planning by UNFPA. And they wanted to survey young mothers. And the condition was, you'll survey a woman who's 18 years and above. That's the rule in Kenya. Below 18, they are minors. You can't survey them unless they have their parents. But those are the main mothers. So we went to Siaya County Hospital, day 1, clinic. We're waiting for mothers. You see, they're coming with children, tummies. Actually, there's one thing I forgot to put. Let me put it. I remember now. Before I say, because I think it's very informative. Oh, no, I know where it is. It's in the statistics. I'll talk about it in the statistics. Sorry, we still have cover place to go. My mind is rushing. So they're coming, and then so you identify, this is my sample, right? Then you go and ask them, can I see your ID? They are 13. They are 14, 15, 16, 17. No one is 18. Day 1 gone. So, okay, because they usually come in the morning. Up until 10, clinics, right? Up until 10, then day 2. Say maybe they didn't come today. They'll come tomorrow. So I go there, I still there. I just want to see how the interviews are done. I'm moderating, I'm also checking on quality and give feedback in the evening after field work. 16, 17. Then the researcher in me was like, okay, is this Siaya County Hospital or all the other places? So I tell my driver, you know what? Let's go to another hospital within Siaya. We go to another one the next morning. Clinic, they come 15, 14. So, we are not saying anything. First of all, I'm a donor, World Bank, and I'm with government. You have to be careful what you say. Then I had hired a consultant from Cameroon. He was a bit older, very mature. In the evening, he tells me, Anthony, these Kenyan men are very brutal. That's how he started off. These Kenyan men are very brutal. And I asked him, hey, man, what do you mean they're very brutal evil? He said, hey, Anthony, they don't let these young guys grow. I'm still lost. And he actually put the perspective in that context very well. It affected the way research was done. Of course, later we did not get the sample that we wanted. And I said, did you notice? Hey, is it only me? He said, what do you mean evil? Everywhere we go, these girls, they are 13. Some of them, they have 2 children. When do they get time to play and be children? And then it hit me. Oh, this is what you're driving home. I said, yes. You see, the other day, when you told us to go to that other hospital, up until 12, there's no woman. There are babies, carrying babies. What I was trying to say, some cultures, they should just let young people grow. I just remember this breastfeeding. It really clicked. And it's not only Kenya. I remember another time I was in Sierra Leone. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I think as more educated, as more, not Western, exposed we become, some of these cultures, they just need to be abolished. This is the reality. If you go and read the UNFPA module in that report, you'll see. You will see. And I have the raw data. The reality. I saw it Western Kenya, I saw it in Central, I saw it in Rift Valley, and I even know where the hospitals where these young girls go. Now, maybe it's a study, and you can start by investigating the UNFPA data, that report. The data is available. World Bank, they have it available. I have them raw data. You're looking for a path-breaking research? There you go. I've given you a problem. it's in reality. Go to some of these counties where you come from, go to the clinic. You'll be shocked. They are minors, my friend. Minors, they're carrying minors. You know, you laugh because it's a bit funny, but it's not fun. It's a problem in our societies. Okay, how many mothers participated in the session? This is breastfeeding case. Did participation increase breastfeeding knowledge? So how many participated? And did it increase their knowledge on breastfeeding? Did it increase the length of breastfeeding? Because the knowledge is one thing, right? And the idea of training them is to make sure they breastfeed their children longer. Yeah, because maziwa ya mama yako na rutuba mingi, right? Young girls of these days, they'll tell you, 6 months, stop. I want my to be intact. That's the the TikTok, the Generation Z. But some of us used to, you breastfeed mama and throw over the back. And you're busy, eh? You become smart. IQ will go to the roof. But these days, who breastfeed 3 months, they've stopped. My friend, they're busy playing games. There's a difference, and breastfeeding is good. We all know that. And did participation reduce diarrhea incidence? In that case of incidence, diarrhea. And did participation improve child health measured by mortality and height? What I'm trying to draw your attention to here, you can draw good questions from your results, chain. You don't just cook questions from nowhere. They have to be grounded within your theory of Of change, okay? If you ask from anywhere, you're likely the research it can go any direction as well. It will not be grounded on the theory. That's what I'm trying to say. Indicators come from the results chain as well. Those were the questions. So from those questions, how many? The number of women in information session. Information session, knowledge of breastfeeding. The number of children breastfed. Average length of breastfeeding. Incidence of diarrhea disease among children. Less than 12 months and less than 5 years. 1 and 5 year mortality rates. Standardized height of children under 5. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? Good questions, good hypotheses, and good indicators come from what? A theory of change. From your results, chain. Don't just come up with a question and you think you're good. So you can do that from all stages of the The results chain. Now let's come to the basics. How do we choose smart indicators? These days I'm told they're smarter. There are 2 things that have been added. How do we identify smart, good indicators? This might be common for those who have done M&E, but those who have never done, good learning. SMART stands for specific, measurable, attributable, realistic, targeted. I'm told there's ER, environmental, something I have not spent time to look into them. But we'll go the conventional way, right? SMART what? Indicators. What does specific mean? Sorry. Indicators, good indicators that are derived from the results chain, from the theory of change, must be as specific as possible. It should not be all over the place. Measure as closely as possible what you want to know. Now, here is an example. What the outcome we want to measure is children treated for malaria. So which is a good indicator? Which is more specific, if I may ask? And online too. Increased utilization of clinics, number 1, or number 2, increased use of malaria drugs, which is more specific indicator. Remember the outcome. Children are treated for what? Malaria. There are two indicators. I want you to tell me which one is more specific. Increased utilization of clinics or increased use of malaria drugs? Which one is more specific? How many are saying 2, 1? 1. How many are saying 2? How many have no clue? Online, how many are saying 1, 2? Why? Why 2? No, we are talking of specific. Measure as closely as possible. Which one is closer? Yes. It's malaria. So it's closer to our outcome. Are we together? Remember that, okay? It must be measurable. Be clear about it, how it will be measured. Specific. Here. How are you going to measure that outcome? So for example, let's look at these two indicators and tell me which one is more measurable. Percentage health of centers without stocks of drugs, XYZ, for more than a week at a time, or percentage health centers with availability of drugs. Which one is more measurable? Online. Don't worry, it is meant to confuse you. Which one is more measurable? Okay, let's start. This says percentage of health centers without stocks of drugs X, Y, and Z for more than a week at a time. The second says the percentage of health care with availability of drugs. Which one is more measurable? Why? Yeah? It has specified the number of drugs, right? Drugs X, Y, and Z. The second one, availability of drugs. Which drugs now? And then it has also specified a time frame, right? So when you're designing your indicators, make sure they're what? Measurable. Are we together? Make sure they're what? Attributable. What does attribution mean? They are logically and closely linked to a program's effort. Let's look at these two indicators. Life expectancy, 1. Percentage of children fully immunized at year 1. Which one is attributable? Which one? Why? Why 2? You want to try? Yes. Does that make sense? Life expectancy, equal na vitu mingi, it has so many things that go into it. Life expectancy could be where you sleep, where you wake up, what you drink, what you eat, the quality of life. It could be the environment you are in. But the second one is much more attributable because it looks at only immunization, right? Okay. What about realistic? What does realistic mean? Data obtainable at reasonable cost, frequency, and accuracy. Reasonable cost, frequency, and what? Accuracy. Let's see these two indicators. HIV prevalence among 15 to 24-year-old pregnant women, and HIV prevalence among the total population. Which one? Which one? Why 1? Just tell me 1 because, yes. So this one will be more costly, right? And the frequency of this, a lot of population you can't do every day. Population census will do every 10 years. And accuracy on this might be a bit tricky unless you invest more, right? Okay? Okay, we are getting together. I hope online are following. They're following? Targeted. It has to be specific to the program target group. Women, children, I don't know. Who are the beneficiaries? So here are our two indicators again. Percentage increase in employment, and 2, percentage increase in employment of graduates of Technical Training Center X in the first year after completion of training. Which one is more targeted? Why? It is targeted. It is very specific to a targeted group, right? What is that targeted group? Graduates of technical training in a particular center in the first year. So these are first year graduates, right? So it's very targeted. When we are developing indicators, they have to be smart. Are we together? We have just described the process. Any question? Are we all clear? Is the program inaenda? Inasogea? Is the program moving? You look at the program, how far have we gone? The last 3 days have been like a month mental marathon, right? But I hope it is rewarding. I hope it is rewarding, and it tickles you. It makes you think differently. We can't be thinking the same way we walked in on Monday. Any questions? Any questions?
I was just curious about the other ER. You said it's MATA. What's the other ER stands
That
for?
one I need to go and Google.
Okay. And then
I know people have been talking, I forgot them. This environmental, you know them? And reviewed, yes. I've heard people talking, but I've not gotten into thinking. Maybe I'll include the evaluated and reviewed. Okay, I'll have to go and read a bit before I can confidently put there and stand in front of people and speak about them. Yes.
and the other one is around, I thought the last T was time bound. And how do you, in your indicators, how do you ensure that it's also time bound?
Time bound. So you want to add another T? Specific. I think time bound can also be included in the time bound because it's specific, given a specific time frame. Okay, but you might want to add T-SMART, right? You can come up with the acronym. What I want you to appreciate is to learn that when you are doing evaluation, you are developing indicators, what are the things to pay attention to? So before we finish and break for tea, and then for tomorrow, let me do something a bit heavy but light, so that at least we close for today. Okay? Some design issues, practical operational issues. Sorry, go ahead. So that's part of the whole package. It's a whole course. Cost benefit analysis, cost utility, cost effectiveness, and especially on healthcare, These are very important for public health. It's a full course with its own content. When I was designing this, I thought I could include, but it takes a whole, it's a beast in itself, which is why we are thinking of maybe if we were to extend this for 2 weeks, we can maybe allow a day or two to just cover that. Okay, but it's something that I've come to notice very useful, and practitioners, especially from the health sector, are keenly interested. It is used largely in health economics. Okay, I'm going to try to run through this at least by 4. We're done. And then from there, we can go drink tea. So we're going to talk about operational and design issues. When we started on Monday, we had several questions. We asked, what is impact evaluation? Now you know. Is it? Right? We asked ourselves, why is evaluation valuable? Now we know, right? And we know now what makes a good evaluation, right? We even know the methods, the different types of methods. And we also know a little bit of how to implement the randomization, right? But I want to answer in a more practical way the implementation of an impact evaluation. How do you actually implement it? What are the implementation issues to consider? Number one, what to evaluate. Remember, on Monday I raised this question. What do you want to evaluate? What do you want to evaluate? You have to choose what to evaluate. You can't evaluate everything. What do you want to evaluate in your area? If it's trade, if it's health, if it's education, if it's agriculture, what is it you want to evaluate? Number two, how to make evaluation impact policy. Because you're not doing an evaluation in its own end, right? There has to be a reason why you're doing the evaluation. How does it impact what? Policy. Number three, how do you find control groups? We talked about this, right? We talked on Monday. And I'll talk about retrospective versus prospective designs. And then under this, we'll talk about making the design compatible with operations. We'll talk about what? Ethical issues. And then finally, data coordinate impact evaluation with what? Monitoring system. The way we talked about theory of change, you have the supply side, the monitoring, the result side. How do you connect this data feeding into that? Because they feed into each other. Put it together. Okay? We are now we are home. We are more practical now. So what to evaluate? How do we choose what to evaluate? Why do we do that? Several reasons. One, we want to spend evaluation resources wisely. It's very important to choose what to evaluate. You can't evaluate everything. Resources are scarce, right? They're limited. So spend evaluation resources what? Wisely. You don't have to evaluate everything. What are the criteria you can use to choose what to evaluate? Large budget share? Does it require a huge budget? How many people your intervention that will be affected? And if there's little existing evidence of impact for targeted population, perhaps that's where you should focus on evaluating, because there's not enough evidence to inform policy. In other words, it gives you an opportunity to create new platform for new what? Evidence. Are we together? Are we together? Number two, how do we ensure evaluation that we do has policy impact, right? Policy impact of evaluation. So you need to ask yourself a question. What is the policy purpose? If it's a public policy, if it's a social policy, what is the purpose? If it's education, what is the purpose? If it is health, what is the purpose? So for evaluation to impact policy, you need to provide evidence of pressing decisions, pressing matter that is of importance to policymakers, right? Not because otherwise they won't listen to you. They will only listen to you if they know that this is important to them. And this is why these days we talk of co-creation, demand driven, because when you design a project, don't design in your room, in your ivory tower. Reach out to those who are likely to benefit from such interventions. Are we together? Design evaluation with who? Policymakers. Don't design an evaluation alone. If you design alone, first they won't understand, and second, they might not buy in the findings that you're going to share with them. And this actually goes to researchers. We sit in ivory tower, I'm doctor, I'm Professor XYZ. I think this is the problem. You should follow it. You know, I did that study. It showed the government should have done this. Ego, left, right, and center. Humongous from here to Timbuktu. Only to realize once you've done all of that and you've bluffed, they go to policymakers, they dismiss you like a child. Because they don't know. They don't understand what you're talking about. So when you're thinking of a very good research, path-breaking policy research, go to policymakers. These days, things have gone further. Use their data. You want to influence them. Don't use data from World Bank, IMF. They look at it, hey, you're Muzungu. You have paparazzi agenda. Use their own data. And if they're involved, that's why Utafiti Sera in PASCA is very powerful, because we design projects with stakeholders, government, civil society, all of them brought together from the beginning. Are we together? So how do you ensure that that evaluation will impact policy? Address policy relevant what? Questions. What policy questions need to be answered? So here you don't run away from politicians. You need to understand their needs. What is it that they're interested in? What policy questions the Ruto government now need to answer? Can somebody tell me 2 or 3? You know it. Debt. Debt is a reality. It's not a question anymore. Debt in Kenya is a reality. 8.67 trillion is not a joke. We'll pay intergenerationally, yes. Commodity prices. So what is it that they want to answer? They want to reduce cost of living. Are we together? You want to design a study that will look into different interventions. For example, when the president announced removed subsidy on oil, that's a pressing question, right? And there were contradictory opinions. There are those who said removing subsidy is a good thing. There are those who said it's a bad thing. If you are a market reformer, which I suspect our president is, you would go for removing subsidy because you want market forces to regulate and to remove inefficient behavior. That's what he did. Because when you subsidize, people just, I'll keep driving and I know price is subsidized anyway. I'll have wasteful behavior. But when you remove subsidy, when prices are high, what will regulate prices in the market is the forces of demand and supply. When the prices are high, I'll start behaving efficiently. I realize, you know, I can't go to Mpangwa Kando, it's far. So I would rather use, instead of driving my V8, which is costly, I'll get in Matatu. You see? So if one does that, if 20 million Kenyans do that, the demand for oil, for gas will go down. Price of gas will decline. Are we together? It creates that efficient behavior. Subsidies tend to create moral hazard because it's subsidized anyway. After all, I will pay half, the government will pay the rest. But at the same time, you know, if you are coming on the other side of the argument, one would say countries need to protect their economies. If you're coming from IMF, who would want to give you money, They'll say, no, open it, let market forces regulate, and create social safety nets. Those who can't afford, social safety nets will support, right? But what about those who are the most vulnerable in our economies, where we don't have social safety nets? Who protects them? So it depends which school of thought you're coming. Uhuru clearly was coming from a school of course, with subsidy, others, that subsidy was given to someone, there are a lot of leakages, but partly it was driven, I need to cushion the Mwananchi. But of course, cushioning the Mwananchi, there is a layer here in between, because those subsidies are going somewhere, right? Instead of me selling at 200, you're giving me 100 upfront, and then I'll sell 100. But you and me are brothers and sisters. Add a one markup percentage. Life is good. This is Kenya yetu. But the philosophy that was, let's cushion, because there's already triple C, there's already COVID that is affecting people. There's already climate change. There's already conflict, Ukraine war, cost of living has gone up. Life is tough. You don't want people to run on the streets. Put subsidies. So there was political incentive for that, with a little bit of humanitarian angle to it. How do you protect the most vulnerable? So if I'm to compare, you might look at Uhuru as Democrat, Ruto as Republican. Republicans, they don't want taxes. Taxes are regressive to the economy. That's how they would argue. Why? Higher taxes discourage investments, discourages investment and employment in the economy. They are regressive. And that's why they push back on taxes. They would prefer you put lower taxes, it generates economic activities, more economic growth. They would have more industries. They'll be able to hire more people. These people will find job. They'll be paid wage, their families. So there's that. The only problem is who tends to make the most profit is the owner of business. And that's why America, you have 1%, which owns the wealth of the entire 99%. Okay? Democrats will say, no. Tax them heavily because they are making more. They should be able to compensate for other social services, health, education. So it's philosophical, and people are divided along those lines. Where are we in Kenya? Are we Democrat? It's a mix of both, right? But now I see there's a lot of capitalist market liberalism, and I see that. Vunja, remove all these state enterprises. They're inefficient, they're costly, because state enterprises are funded by, make them competitive. But China, do you know who runs the economy in China? State enterprise. And they're successful. They've uplifted 300 million people. But here we are told, nationalize state enterprises because you make them efficient. You're selling the economy. No country in the world that grew without controlling the stack of the economy. None, historically, none. Are we together? Well, I'm not an economic advisor, and I wouldn't want to be. I'm just saying for the sake of this class, disclaimer, whoever's listening, I'm not in trouble. What outcomes answer those questions? So you have to think of policy relevant questions. Here we have talked of cost of living, hustler movement. It's a topical issue now. What can we do with Kenyan youth who are unemployed? You design an intervention and evaluation to show that we did our study on the one we did on Nyandarua, Makueni, and West Pokot on agriculture and youth in Kenya this year. We looked at 2 value chains in the report that I was showing, the potato and mango. It's topical because we are talking of unemployment badge in the continent, 1.4 billion people, almost 1.5 now, 70% are young people below the age of 30. 65% are young people below the age of 25. 37 to 40% are young people below the age of 30, of 25 who are not employed. Staggering. Fact, statistics. So youth unemployment, it's youth and underemployment. Yesterday, after class, I had a guest, so I went home. And then I needed to drop the guest somewhere close to South Sea. Get in the car. Said, oh, expressway is faster. Bunyala Road, I dropped him. Only to realize when I left home, I left my wallet. Okay, I left my wallet. So I didn't have my wallet, I had my phone. At least it had M-Pesa. On my way back, I want to get on the expressway, so I just go straight home. My toll card is low. If toll card is low, the car can't go through. I left my wallet where? And I'm already close to the gate. So I had to reverse. They say, park here, sir. So I'm debating. What do I do? Can I pay via? So you can only pay cash because you can go through the cash lane if you had cash. I don't have cash. So I said, yes, I can send you M-Pesa. No, we're not allowed to have cash, sir. Hey. I said, okay. So what do we do? I said, unfortunately, we can't help you. And now I'm thinking I have to go back all the way with my battery on the highway. I can get it banked. I don't want. So I'm debating and going back, and maybe someone will be capturing on social media. Before you know, I'm all over the place. So my brain is racing. And this is Kenya, Nairobi. My brain is racing. And then I called this young man. And that's where I realized Hustler is real. His name is Sham. Is it Sham? Very brilliant young. I liked his attitude. So I said, boss, said Sham, so how do we do this? He said, oh no, you can go on your phone and pay. You can reload. I don't know. Tell me, how do I do that? Oh, star 208. I put the wrong ID. I can't remember what ID I gave them. I said, okay, so I said we are stuck, but you can put the OBR number. He tried, it doesn't work. He said, Sham, now I'm confused. So can I go and just pay on that? So I said, you can go, but if you get there, you'll have to have cash. Otherwise, you have to get off the car and start asking people if they can give you cash. I said, yeah, I'll become a beggar. In my mind, my mind rests very fast. Like, no. And then on camera, they have cameras there. Start asking, dude, can I send 1,000? You give me cash? Yeah. No. So my mind rests there. I said, this is a no-go zone. So I'm trying to rationalize with him. And then I said, oh gosh, here I have to spend more than I thought I would. So I know the incentive. I told him, by the way, what if I reload 5,000? Can your people make it happen? Because I know there's a campaign they have. I said, oh yeah, sure, boss. That one, 5K, yeah. Can I send to your friend and then they reload because they're in Lavington? He was very sharp. And then in the course of waiting, those guys, I sent money. We started talking. So what do you do? Bro, life is tough. I said, I'm studying my master's in project management. I did an economics, I'm a development. And my mind was like, tell me again. Oh, I'm an economist. Yeah. What did you study? We clicked. Before I told him, send me your CV. I looked at his CV. He's a brilliant chap. He's doing his master's. And for me, well, first I liked his attitude. I would hire him in an instant. We hire attitude, not aptitude. We hire attitude. The way he handled me, if I had an opening, I would hire that young man. I don't know him. I would hire him instantly. But I told him, send me your CV. I know someone who can work with you. I was moved by his passion, his demeanor, his attitude. And when we started talking, he was very confident. So what do you do? I was like, wow, I like this one. What do you do, boss? Huh? So I wasn't sure what to tell him. I didn't want to scare him because we have had a very good conversation. Then I said, do you have your phone? Yes. So I took his phone. So where do you go online? I put my name. I said, when I go, please read this name. I said, no, I can read now. No, I think we have clicked, bro. Bro, I said, bro, we can. Okay. Said, okay, relax, send me your CV, and then we talk. When I was, of course, I managed to get my card reloaded, blah, blah, then I passed. On the way home, I was deeply reflecting. I couldn't sleep yesterday thinking about him and how many young Kenyans like him, how many Africans like him that qualified, who have aspirations, and they can't achieve such aspirations. That young man is a labor force that is not fully used. It's underutilized. Now, as a researcher and a policymaker, I reflected, I said, why? I wish I could be the president. There are many of those kind. But it's just there opening the gate, a master's graduate. That's how desperate the situation is in our countries. Be open-minded. You know, you get lessons when you interact with people. And I learned something. And I really like that young man. And if I have the opportunity to hire him, I will hire him. Because he has the right. I don't know him, he didn't know me, but he knew what he wanted, he knew how to handle. The others we can now really add to this one. Thank you. What indicators measures outcomes? How much of a change in the outcomes will determine success? Are we together? Here, you want to make sure evaluation can impact policy. The key message is make sure you do what? You design questions that are policy relevant. So seeing that young man for me, I quickly had a hypothesis to study. If I am to target these young people who are on these, you know, how many more, what more could they have done if they were given the opportunity? Finding control groups. I think this is just a repetition. Evaluation study depends on the rules of operations. What control group? If it's DID, we know how do you find control group. If regression discontinued, you know. If randomization, you know. So identification strategy, how we identify the impact depend on implementation of the project, okay? Is it retrospective or is it prospective evaluation? Prospective or retrospective. Sometimes they call ex post or ex ante, right? Prospective, you're planning for the future. Retrospective, after the fact, right? You need to think about that. If you're doing quasi-experimental approaches, is it prospective or retrospective? It is retro, right? Because you already have the data ex post. But if you're doing a randomized control trial, you're planning now, you're designing now, baseline, remember that flow chart? Most likely will be what? Prospective. What is the best strategy then? Choose the best evaluation method that is feasible in the program's operational context. What you're learning today is program design is not just a walk in the park, is it? Even these qualitative things that you thought they're easy, they're actually very much brain consuming. So what is retrospective analysis? Retrospective analysis is necessary when we have to work with pre-assigned program, for example, expanding an existing program and existing data. That's why I say it's an ex post, right? Data is there, there's a program, you have to work with it. That's called ex post or retrospective what? Analysis. What about prospective analysis? The evaluation is designed in parallel with assignment of the program and baseline can be gathered. I'll give an example of randomization, right? It's a good example of prospective evaluation. What does prospective design include? What does it mean? It gives you an opportunity to design or generate good controls. Remember, randomized control trial, right? You could identify controls from randomization because you're doing it from the beginning. The majority of program cannot assign benefits to all the entire eligible program population. It could be because of budget limitations or logistical limitations, okay? And this could be what we called how you can randomize access. You can randomize timing, remember? Okay, and encouragement. Are we together? So these are precisely eligible beneficiaries that receive benefits are potential treatments. Eligible beneficiaries that do not benefits are what? Potential control. Those go first are potential treatments. Those go later, potential control. This is what? Randomized, what? Phasing design, right? Do you remember? Oh, you've forgotten phasing design. Yeah? Not all eligible receive the program. It could be also be a promotion or encouragement. Okay, sometimes it's called promotion. Then ask who gets the program. We're talking of operational issues. Eligibility criteria. Are the benefits targeted? Are you targeting a certain group? How do you target that particular group? Can we rank eligible priority? Eligibility is priority. Okay, eligibility is priority. And then are measures good enough for fine ranking, depending on the method? If you are thinking of regression discontinuity, ranking will be important. Remember the cutoff point. And once you roll out, you have to think about equal chance. Go first, second, third. You need to think about all these operational issues. Now, what are the ethical considerations you should pay attention to? Number one, do not delay benefits. Rollout should be based on budget and administrative constraints. Do not delay benefits. If you delay, there could be ethical issues. You know? Are we together? Think, for example, an intervention on immunization. If parents could take it up, you decide to delay, or you delay for too long. Think about equity. Equally deserving beneficiaries deserve an equal chance of going fast. Okay, if you're doing phasing design, how do you choose who to wait, who to go first? Equity is very important. Think about transparency and accountability. Transparent and accountable method. Give everyone eligible an equal chance. Are we together? If ranked based on some criteria, then criteria should be quantitative and public. You don't go into the high office with a few people, design the criteria, make sure it fits you all, and then you make it public. Make the whole process transparent. These are ethical issues, particularly on programs that would require public participation. Now, which method should you go for? So here, it depends on whether you have resources. Someone was asking the other day, which approach should I use, right? So there's so many factors to think about. First, targeted, there's eligibility cutoff. There's no eligibility cutoff. It's universal. This is targeted, this is universal. And under targeted, whether you have limited resources, you'll never be able to achieve scale, or you are fully resourced. Here, the same. And then we look whether this is an immediate implementation or phased implementation over time. So this helps you to think. So if it's phased implementation and it's targeted with limited resources, you can use random assignment or discontinued design. If it's immediate implementation, but targeted and limited resources, random assignment and discontinued what? Design. If it's phased implementation, targeted but fully resourced, you can use random assignment rollout and discontinued design. But if it's immediate implementation and fully resourced, you can use promotion, the encouragement, and discontinued design. If it's phased, universal but limited resources, you can use either of these, randomized assignment, matching with difference in difference. If it is phased and universal but fully resourced, you can use the same, randomized, full rollout, and this is rollout full. This one maybe is phased in, matching with difference in difference. If it's immediate implementation, universal and limited resources, randomized assignment, matching with difference in difference. And if it's immediate implementation, in a universal scenario and fully resourced, you can use randomized promotion or encouragement. Are we together? You can't answer now, but these are some of the ways you would think about what approaches you would use for your evaluation. I'm rushing a bit. So we finish. We have about 7 slides to finish. How do we coordinate impact evaluation and monitoring system? We have talked about monitoring, right? Theory of change and whatnot. Projects or program regularly collect data for management purposes, right? You do that. That on activities, that on what? What are the typical content? List of beneficiaries, distribution of benefits, expenditures, outcomes, or ongoing process evaluation. All these are important information and they can be needed for impact evaluation. Are we together? I'm trying to connect dots here. How does impact evaluation and monitoring system should be seen as complementing each other and not separate? And monitoring and evaluation information needed. Verify who is the beneficiaries. Check when did the program start, or when did they start to become beneficiaries, and what benefits were actually delivered. That's what monitoring system does, right? This was meant for Anthony. When did Anton receive it? Did actually Anton receive it? Yes or no, right? If not, why? Oh, there was did he receive it on time? You ask all those process questions, right? Necessary condition for program to have an impact. Benefits need to get to the targeted beneficiaries, right? That's what monitoring is. We aimed to make sure we train 100 people this week. We actually reached out to 100 people in a certain number of countries. Are we together? Are we together? How do we modify monitoring evaluation for impact evaluation? Number one, start in all communities that will eventually incorporate into the program. Okay? You want to target communities, you want to target groups of people, start with them so that they will be part of the program, part of your theory of change. Make sure to collect outcomes as well as what? Activities and outputs. Outcome is on the result side, right? Activities and output are in the program side, supply side. Remember what I said? Impact is when you want to jump from output to outcome. So you need to have data from both sides. Okay? For example, school enrollment and test score. Health clinic utilization. You can collect vital statistics, birth records, death records, and marriage what? Records. That's why they collect demographics. Are you married or not? Your age group or your age? Are you employed or not? You know, they ask those demographic questions, right? What is your level of education? When were you born? Blah, 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 blah. Because those variables in themselves, they may not be used in any analysis as specific for impact, but they can help nuance to control for other characteristics. Remember baseline, balance check, remember? So while these data can be collected in themselves, can be used to track and monitor the project or the evaluation of the intervention, they can equally be used for what? Impact evaluation. Okay, for impact evaluation. Okay, we're almost there. Things to remember. Impact evaluation is useful for validating program design, for adjusting program structure. Okay, this one I did Minister of Finance. I have to edit. Communicating to Minister of Finance. If it's a program, you want money, government people, Minister of Finance, this I did which country? I can't remember. I need to modify that. Okay, are we together? You want to communicate to get more resources for those in the government. You want to adjust the structure of the program. How has it worked? Has it had an impact? You can only adjust if you do impact evaluation. You want to validate program design. You can only do that once you have done the evaluation. What about evaluation design? A good one requires estimating the what? The counterfactual. What would have happened to beneficiaries if they had not received what? The program. need to know all reasons why beneficiaries got program and others did not. I think now this is normal language. I don't have to go and explain myself. Are we together? Oops, that was the last. Okay. Why is it shutting us down, the last one? One more. Manage for results. Prospective tailor policy questions for stakeholders buy-in. Okay. If you want to get unbiased estimates, get the right comparison group. And remember to use resources what? Wisely. Look for better methods. Look for cheaper data for monitoring systems. From monitoring system, timely feedback and program changes, improve results on the what? On the ground. Now, what are the key design messages? Always remember, address policy questions. Interesting is what government needs and will use. Are we together? Even when you think of your thesis, of your project, design something that will turn heads. But that is grounded on the reality on the ground. Make sure you get stakeholders buy-in. So don't design in your own closed room with your own self and thinking this is the best idea I've ever had. You don't want to be Einstein. Are we together? Or Newton. Use operational design to identify comparison group. This is clear. And remember, good monitoring system and administrative data can improve, impact what? Valuation. See, that's how they are now converging. They're compatible. Are we together? Okay. So now we can we can close for today, but now I can take questions. Are there questions? Oh, this has been too heavy. Which one is heavier, yesterday or today? Huh? Yesterday was heavy. Today is heavy. This is a quantity guy. Quantity. Any question? Online? Do they have question online? I would want to discuss a case like yesterday, but allow me to dash home and rest. I have an interview today, usiku at 9. I need to prepare. I have not prepared. I have not thought through what I'm going to say. So please allow me to finish today. I go home, I drink coffee, and then I resolve maswala ya nyumbani, and then I start preparing for interview usiku. Okay? And then tomorrow, we'll see how we can. Tomorrow we have to finish early because I have a board meeting at 3. So I'll probably finish by 2 to help me get a few minutes to go and get prepared. But we have moved. I think we are somewhere around 70%. Thereabout. And if there's part that will not finish tomorrow, I'll finish Friday, and then we can use the remaining Friday to just discuss issues. After that, we'll go and have drinks at your own cost. Yes. Yes, question. Okay, Jennifer, read that. Okay, drinks at your own cost. Tomorrow is Friday. After tomorrow is Friday, right? So you can go for happy hour. You need it for sure. I'm sure by Friday afternoon you'll be super tired. And it's not like the way you came in Monday morning, right? You're like, I'm just gonna learn this impact evaluation. What is this guy going to say? I don't know. I'll see. Maybe a 10, I'll leave. And then come Wednesday, you realize, I am still so empty. You keep coming. And that's learning. Because you're curious, right? When you're curious, you want to learn. What's the question?
How do you get policymakers to listen if you're not in a position of influence? There are places where you don't have that level of influence to actually be heard.
Oh, that's a good practical question. How do you get to be heard, right? If you're not in the cycle, you're not one of them. Unfortunately, there's no formula to that. You know, it's like, how do I get best friends in school? And I'm an introvert. For those who are introverts, those who are introverts, they know, because you draw your energy at your own space. If people talk too much, you get bored. But how can you be a social being? You can be like that young girl who configured Rigi G, and voila, life changed. But those are rare moments, right? But I think it has something to do with your ability to. I can tell you this from, okay, if you have spent time, it's also cultural. If you have spent time in America, in Europe, I've had the privilege. One of my kid was born in America, one was born in Europe, and there are different values that are instilled in children when they're young. Okay. In the US, they built power to kids, individual. So if you've interacted with Americans, they're very upfront, handshake, firm handshake. How are you? I'm XYZ. When they come to your home, they start looking around, they look at the photos. They're super inquisitive, right? That's how they're trained. That's the culture. That's how they are. When you go to their houses, first, if you're invited for a party, don't go without something. In Africa, if you're invited to a party, you go with your tummy, right? There you have to carry something. In Europe, you have to carry a bouquet of flowers or, a bottle of champagne or wine, right? You have to carry something. In America, they tell you, bring what you drink, because you're not going to buy for you. Find food, or sometimes they do potluck. And through that sort of cultural, when I was there, we do family get together, kids are playing, they get to know each other, and they're very clear. What do you do? Where are you from? They usually ask those questions. Where are you from? Oh, it's Tanzania in Africa. Huh? You should go and watch the Trevor Noah comedy on Netflix. It's kind of hilarious, the way he mimics them. But what I'm trying to get my point to is, first is cultural, how you are grounded. Even when in a setting that doesn't require mheshimiwa to kuwepo, how do you engage? Are you a CPU in that process? How do you reach out? Because sometimes you wait for people to come and say, hello, what are you doing? Sometimes it requires for you to be aggressive. Extend your hand, I'm XYZ, I'm from a company X, I do this. Who am I? When you do that, and people like to talk about themselves. That's one thing you need to know. Human beings like to talk about themselves. So when you move and you introduce somebody, and it stays with them. I met this gentleman in a conference. When was it? 2020? 2019. On Monday, when we met, he said, dude, I said, I remember you. We met at Radisson. He could not believe. You get what I'm saying? So your ability to engage. Now, Americans are different. They're like, they have, because of the individualism, they have to always be the one to speak. So there's a joke I used to get in America. I said, Anthony, hey, you want to get laid in America? You just be pompous. I was like, what? I didn't understand. I said, be pompous. Oh, I like this. I've done this big. I've done this because young American women like that. I don't know whether it was a joke or it was the truth. And that's why you see there's that big ego. There's this, they like big things. It's always big about this big, I need this, it's about me, it's about that. And that's how they network, right? So if you're in America, you just have to make sure you are seen. find a place where you can say something, someone will like, hey, who is that? Get noticed. When I live in Europe, and I had a very good Danish friend, Finnish friend, Norwegian friend. I live in almost all Scandinavian countries and Germany. So one day she tells me, let's go out and I'll teach you rules. What rules, Mary? So if you want to get laid here, don't become pompous. You know, you African boys, you go out, you want to show you can chase women. You never get here. Here you lose. I said, said, wait, let's go and do this experiment. I'm like, Mary, you know, I'm married. No, Anthony, you want to learn the culture. So he went out, said, you just sit. And what I learned is it's women who are hunting, not men. And if you want to get laid, talk about environment, climate change, global warming. Are we together? Because they are more on these big change in the world, what is happening, things that can transform not about you. The moment you become individualistic, problem. And then when we went to school, my son was going to school there, even if he gets good grade, because in Denmark, for example, they have the law, it's called the Janten law. You are not allowed to celebrate, even if you are #1 in class. You have to be like us. Google, Janten law. You are not different from us. So they are very egalitarian and equal. When you try to rise as an American, you are in trouble. So I remember when I moved to Denmark from America, got hired by the Danish government to teach in a university. And I'm coming from America with my American attitude. First, English is crazy, Maisha. Those days I was used to speak like an American a bit. And I see these tall blondes, I'm like, these ones, I'm short. So the only way I can make sure they respect me is to confuse them with this American English. And they pay attention, huh? You're from America, huh? Like, yeah, good, bring attention. It was just my ego, just trying to make sure I fit in. And I get in there, their systems of how they do things is different. They go to school for fun, for example. They are paid to go to school all the way to PhD, paid. So they are very relaxed, and the relationship between a professor and a student is very informal. You can go and drink beer and have fun. In America, a professor is like a demigod. What I'm trying to say here, cultural what? Differences. Even in our own settings, understand your cycle very well. You want to earn that space to be there? No one will give that to you unless you claim it. And how do you claim it? That's the question you're asking. Do relevant things. Make sure you are seen. So people find different ways of being relevant. Some will go on social media and try to post everything just to get, follow me, follow me. Let people follow you. Don't force. So if you have the space, networking is key. Yeah, I'm answering the question. Networking is what? Extremely powerful, because the higher you go, it's not about the aptitude, it's the attitude. It's who do you know? And people are very perceptive in noticing. If you're too egocentric, people can tell this one is an asshole. Avoid him. This one, he seems to be reasonable. You can easily engage. People are very good at reading each other. That's one thing we tend to underestimate. The moment you exchange with somebody 5 minutes, they can read about you. But that's exactly what we do. We get read and we read other people. And you realize if someone sticks around wanting to still continue to talk to you, then they're interested. Others say hello to me, you try to go back to them and say, oh, wait for me, I'm going to get another drink. They'll never come back. If you're going out on cocktails. But what the point I'm driving home, engage in conversation, initiate. Need to know the how. It's really, there's no, it's I can't describe it. You know, I feel it, but I can't say it. I can't put it in words. Somewhere, I don't need to know people. Maybe it's in my nature. I'm a good communicator. I can woo people. I can engage, it's my personality, right? But if it's not your personality, make effort to learn. Because if you don't open up, if you don't make effort to engage, no one will. So if you don't have, you are not in a point of influence, figure out who should I talk to help me unlock this, and don't shy away from asking. The problem is sometimes we're too egocentric, we don't ask. And because we don't ask, we miss opportunities. So if you don't know, ask. There's nothing wrong with asking. If you want something, ask, keep knocking, because maybe this door will close, another one will watch, because people are different. And when we come for trainings like this, these are opportunities, not just you come to class and then after you go back home. By the end of the week, you should have made friends, regardless of their age, regardless of what they do. Get to know people. That's how I usually do. I make effort to know who is who. And when I have something, I write, hey, dude, you met the other 10. I was in Zanzibar last week. I was having breakfast with 2 ambassadors to Tanzania, Sweden and Denmark. We're having breakfast talking about, hey, the one in Danish, I said, oh no, I lived there. I know my son was born there. The one in Sweden, she went to school in America. Oh no, I went to that school. I know that. Oh really? I've been to Sweden. You couldn't tell whether this is an ambassador and me, I'm nobody. You get what I'm saying? And then they said, lunch, we can sit down and talk to you. Yeah, in the party. Why don't you come to Dar es Salaam and we talk? And I said, no, Sida is going to be my fund. I said, yeah, let's talk. I like what you do. Yeah. What do you do? So I take that opportunity to tell them who and what we do. That 5 minutes for me, it's a mileage. And you find the right words to say. Punch, wow, okay. Oh, so you're the ones I've heard about this program in Kenya. Yeah, I'll connect with my ambassador in Kenya, my colleagues in Uganda. So what I need now is to follow up with an email because I have the business card and the phone number. Just write, hey, Mete, we met in Zanzibar. It was nice chatting with you. And during breakfast, we talked about this. I was wondering, can you introduce me to your colleague here in Nairobi? Poof, one nice, sweet email. She replied, because I know they're fast. Oh, yeah, sure. She will put me in touch with someone. It's just me following up. You see how connections are made. And I didn't know, I've never met her before. I just bumped into her and it was a breakfast table. I knew no one there. I just said, can I come and join you here? There were 3 ladies, 2 ambassadors, one the CEO of Tanzania CEO Roundtable. I said, I looked at her face. I think I remember. I said, I think you look familiar. I'm not sure where I met. That's how I broke the ice. I think you look familiar. Where did I see you? I can't remember. Let me see your business card. Oh, CEO Roundtable. Yeah, you are XYZ. You have broken the ice. Before you know, so what do? When you're saying the other 3 are what? Listening. Oh, you're doing this. Oh, this is nice. Tell me more about you. What about you? By the time you finish, you stand up and go for, you have already established what? Someone knows about you. And tomorrow, if someone wants something, they would write and say, by the way, I spoke with this gentleman. They're doing this great stuff. Can you? I spoke and I get lots of emails, connections, funding, being invited to give talks. I give a talk here. Someone comes, I was moved by your talk. We have another event. Do you want to come? Say, sure, talk to my assistant. Before you know, and that's how people get to. So it's all in you. It's also on your attitude, your personal disposition. But if you have a tendency to think you are this big, you go, people can sense this one, ana mashauzi mingi. Kiswahili mashauzi, you are so pompous that when you walk in, people will say, you can tell. But humility is also very important, and simplicity. Be humble. The way you talk and the way you engage, and you'll find it's very easy. And people will listen, but have substance now. So not because you have all this and then you don't have substance. You need to have substance. So know your shit and know it very, very well. When you have the chance to speak and know what to say, how to say, when to say it. Sometimes we get carried away and we are all over the place. People don't listen. Be punch, be strategic. Who am I talking to? This one. If I meet President Ruto, I will not start talking long stories. I'll be very punch policy issues. okay, Anthony, what are you saying? So yeah, you know, President, there's this, and I think we could think about this as countries, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's high level talk, right? But when I come down home, I meet program managers. I say, oh yeah, have you thought about these processes? So you nuance, who do you talk to? How do you talk? And that's how people can listen to you, how people can engage you. Don't shy away from sharing ideas. Find the right people to talk to engage, and I'm sure doors will open. This world is so big for all of us. It's so big, we can all fit in. If someone closes the door, that's an encouragement to keep trying until someone opens the door. One door opens, the other one opens. And the beauty is when your door opens, don't close yours. Make yours open for others to enter. That's how you pay forward. That's how it works. So some of you, once you get connection, you start, I know someone. But you don't tell me. What do you know? You, what do you know? I can do one speed dial. I can get president. You, look at me. Huh? You, who are you? I don't talk to you anymore. Even God will not give you the opportunity. So when you're blessed, bless others. And that's how you're more blessed. You're more connected. Connect each other. I have no problem with training Kenyans because my vision is Pan-Africa. I don't care. As long as it's a black skin trained and the continent is moving, that's what makes me go to sleep. I don't care whether you're Tanzanian, whether you're Ethiopian, whether you're, as long as you're black. Because in my mind, I'm fully settled on helping Africa. I don't care which country you're carrying. It's completely irrelevant. So I'm devoid of, I am Tanzanian, I'm Kenyan. Mipaka letter, these boundaries were bought by colonialists. Before independence, our forefathers, they were animals. They come to Tanzania, they get hit, they get pregnant in Kenya, they go and give birth in Tanzania, they move over, no restrictions. But us, we create these mental boundaries that limit us. And they go in the way we create our cycles, in the way we engage people. But it's very simple. Well, maybe it is simple for me. I don't know for you. But I hope I'm sharing my experience and that helps. I don't know whether I've answered that question. Oh, I'm still off track. Okay. Any other? Now I've become, instead of teaching, I'm doing what? What is it? Inspirational talks, right? Okay, good people. Let's meet tomorrow. And thank you so much. Have a good evening. Okay. Do you want to announce something? Yeah, they have to drink tea. See?
Yeah, please, we have tea for you. So as you go out, grab a cup of tea and a snack.
I hope you have lunch. Okay.